All right, folks, good morning. Welcome back. So good to see you all. Feel like I haven't seen y'all in a bajillion years. Been a while, right? A whole week. And things just feel like so long ago.
That's true.
It goes. I've also had like 10 million different classes going on at any given times. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what year it is. I don't know any of that. It's just all, man, it all runs together at this point, right? Oh, let's see here. So, welcome back, as I said earlier, to post licensing, more specifically, post licensing 302, day 3 out of 4. And so we've got today and we've got tomorrow. So, just a quick little reminder. We talked about some things last week. We're going to finish up the material this week. And then your test will be at the end of class tomorrow afternoon. So let me get a couple of things shared with you. And while I'm kind of getting this stuff set up, let me ask you some couple questions and kind of give you some review. Last week, we got into basic contract law. And so we talked about the different things that a contract could be, right? Executed versus executory, bilateral versus unilateral. They could be valid, void, voidable. Uh, they can be implied or express. So we talked about all those different components under basic contract law. We also talked about the essential elements of a valid contract. And for the sake of our class, there's four. That is mutual agreement, consideration, legally competent parties, and for a legal act. So all four of these have to be present in order to have a contract. Now, the other piece of that is, of course, it does not, under basic contract law, have to be in writing. However, when we're dealing with real estate sales contracts, those do have to be in writing per the North Carolina statute of frauds in our state. So if you were to ever have an oral contract for the sale of real property, it is considered unenforceable. Could it still be completed? Sure. Unenforceable contracts can be completed. It's just when somebody doesn't do what they're supposed to do, you really don't have any recourse. You can't take them to court. And if you don't have any recourse, what was the point of having a contract in the first place? So then we got into some of the actual North Carolina specific things. Well, I guess prior to that, we did have a discussion on when a contract is formed. That's a very important piece of that mutual agreement. Starts as an offer always and can move to a contract if certain things are met. Folks, I know it's early, but remind me, what is the sequence of events that has to happen to move an offer to a contract?
It needs to be accepted.
What is indicative of acceptance?
What do you mean?
How do we know?
Unconditional,
Say again?
unconditional.
Yeah, unconditional, but how do we show that we've accepted it?
Communicate.
Right, and it must be communicated.
There you go. Let's combine all that together. They sign it with no changes. The offeree signs it with no changes. That is indicative of acceptance. That shows that they intend to accept it, that they accept it. And then that communication piece. You have to accept it, sign it with no changes, and communicate that acceptance back to the offeror or the offeror's agent. And of course, there has to actually be an agency relationship for the agent to be the one that makes it form a contract. So we had a lot of different examples that we went into in those activities last week, where we try to figure out if a contract was formed or not. And I think it was pretty eye-opening. Of course, there was the mailbox rule, and remember, communication of acceptance is the only thing the mailbox rule applies to. Doesn't work for revocations or counteroffers or anything like that. So the last thing that we got into last week, I'm trying to jog your memories here, we did the offer to purchase and contract scavenger hunt, which gave y'all an opportunity to jump in there in groups and kind of navigate the offer to purchase and find different things within it. And so we started reviewing that form. And as we got to a certain one, I believe it's number 4, about which items were prorated. Remind me which items are prorated.
Taxes, rent, and HOA.
There you go. Taxes, rent, and dues are prorated. And so in North Carolina, the default is the seller owns the day of closing, good, bad, or otherwise for those. And so what we got into after that is we went on a tangent on the closing disclosures, which all of you loved so very much. Especially Jaleesa. She said, "This is the best thing ever. Thank you, Seth. You're awesome. I appreciate you to the umpteenth degree. Please, sir, may I have another?" That's what she said. And I said, "No, Jaleesa. Only one closing disclosure on the last day before your weekend off or your week off." So we're gonna pick back up in the offer to purchase and contract scavenger hunt. So I just shared the activity back with you in the slides in case you didn't have it anymore. And then I'm also going to share the offer to purchase and contract with you again in case you need that as well. And then I will share my screen and we will keep talking about the different things on this form. And then I will also circle back around and talk about everything that is important on the offer to purchase and contract. So as I said, we got all the way up to only, should I say, number 4, which is where we went off on our little, number 5. What items are prorated at closing, which is where we went off on our little closing disclosure tangent. We talked about the math and the methodology and the process, and we practiced one. So let's get into the next ones on this list. Number 6, what is the buyer's remedy in the event the seller does not remove garbage and debris from the property prior to closing? Now, hopefully you have some notes or you kind of remember a little bit. Help me out here. What do y'all remember?
They can get out of the contract and get their earnest money back. Is that right?
Contract and they're
Right.
Steve, you agree?
I do, yeah.
Anybody remember where that is located in the contract? Right now, everything going to be like, Seth, that was a week ago. I don't have my
It
notes
was
for that.
8D, I think, on page 10.
Okay.
Page 10, section D.
Okay. Let's take a look here. Page 10. So right here, we've got page 10, provision D, says removal of seller's property. Seller shall remove by the date possession is made available to buyer any. I'm sorry, I'm gonna mute y'all. It's like I said, it's always okay to unmute and talk to me, but sometimes there's like the background noise. So I'm gonna mute. Removal of seller's property. Seller shall remove by the date possession is made available to the buyer all personal property which is not a part of the purchase and all garbage and debris from the property. Now, there's a couple important lessons in this section, okay? If you realized, this is actually falling under a bigger section called seller's obligations. And so when we talked about contracts, contracts are a promise between parties or a set of promises. Well, folks, it's not just one promise, right? Of course, there's that main promise of money for house, but there are multiple promises built into this contract, and all of these are part of the seller's promises, which includes removing their crap. And so, as y'all stated, if a seller was not to remove all of their trash, their personal property, or otherwise, technically, that means the seller is in fact in breach of contract. And so, as y'all stated, they could, if they wanted to, terminate the contract and be entitled to all their monies back. Now, here's my question to you. Are most people going to terminate the contract over a couple bags of trash? No. So here's something that I'm going to say, and this is kind of a mean real estate agent joke, but y'all ready for this? Here's the thing. Let me help you out. If you are ever in a situation as a buyer's agent and you go at the final walkthrough and there is personal property, trash, or debris that you still want there, odds are not good that your buyer wants to terminate, but you also don't want that trash, and that's a big old nuisance. So here's what you do. You pick up the phone and you call the listing agent and you tell them point blank period, we're not signing crap until this stuff gets removed from the property. Because that is where your power comes from. Because if you are a buyer and a buyer's agent, the seller will not get a dime unless you close. Which means they can't move on to whatever it is that they intend to move on to unless you close. Your power comes from not accepting what they've left you. So you get on the phone and you tell them that they better remove it. Now, sometimes here's what happens. Sometimes the seller basically is like, well, I'm not coming back to get it. Okay, well, guess what else happens? If the seller refuses to come get it, the listing agent is not going to get a paycheck either, and their client is in breach of contract, not yours. So what will probably end up happening, if you play your cards right, is that listing agent will jump into their black pre-owned Mercedes, and they will drive over there to the property, and they will pop open the trunk and they will move all their open house stuff and signs to the side, and they will pick up those bags of trash themselves and toss them into the back and dispose of them. And that was the mean joke, right? The black pre-owned Mercedes. I can't tell you how many times I've said that in this class and people are like, ouch. Because they have that and I'm like, I'm sorry, it's just a joke. It's okay. So if you don't want your clients to get screwed, you need to try to strong arm them into doing what they're supposed to do. Are most of us going to terminate? No. And so that's why you want to make sure that you kind of help them out. Now, will that always work? No. You've got some garbage sellers and some garbage listing agents who will not do the right thing. And at that point, it may be you and the buyer driving over there and putting it in the back of your car and taking it off to the dump to make sure that they are happy as a clam and you did all you could do to try to get people to do the right thing. But your power comes from not closing, folks, and that's true of anything. If you don't like the situation, what's going on right now, don't close. Because once you close, you're stuck. You have accepted the house in its then current condition. It actually says that in here. Everybody with me? Now, I think one of you in this class might have mentioned, and if it wasn't this class, it was another one, but I think it might have been one of y'all, that maybe it was you, Terry. Was there garbage or something at the property that the big contract that you just had?
It was like broken furniture and like one of those crappy portable basketball goals.
Yep.
So we did the additional addendum program.
I did. Yep. There you go. I knew it was somebody, and that's exactly right. So, folks, if it was me and there was anything that was like obvious garbage or debris in the yard, I mean, it's built into the contract. But once again, I wouldn't rely on people to know what's in the contract because, if you just assume that everybody's on the same page, you get burned. And so if I was going to a property where the buyer was interested in it, but there's like a pile of furniture or trash or something in the tires in the backyard, I would specifically put that into the contract utilizing the additional provisions addendum, just like Terry did. That's exactly what I would do, just so there's no question. And it's spelled out, Girl Scout. There you go. So, brings us to number 7. What fees are the sellers responsible for at closing?
Excise tax, deed prep.
Excise tax, deed prep.
Yep.
There you go.
Page 11.
There you go. Deeds, taxes, fees. Seller shall pay for preparation of a deed and all other documents necessary to perform seller's obligations under this contract, and for state and county excise taxes and any deferred, discounted, or rollback taxes or local conveyance fees required by law. And then it goes on to this little section right here as well. Agreement to pay buyer expenses. If this is negotiated, they would be obligated to pay these closing costs on behalf of the buyer. Any portion of owner's association fees that they would be responsible for. Special assessments. Now, folks, let's talk about special assessments for a second. In the offer to purchasing contract, it talks about special assessments several times. And here's what it says in a nutshell. Any confirmed / already in place special assessments are the responsibility of the seller. Any proposed / being discussed, could happen in the future, special assessments are the responsibility of the buyer. So here's what it says. Seller shall pay in full at settlement all special assessments that are approved prior to settlement, whether payable in a lump sum or future installments, provided that the amount thereof can be reasonably determined or estimated. The payment of such estimated amount shall be the final payment between the parties. So this is why we want to know if there's any special assessments prior to closing, because if there are and they're in place already, it's the seller's problem. If they're not in place already, it's the buyer's problem. They're taking ownership knowing that it could be their problem. Confirmed versus proposed. Late listing penalties, any negotiated repair cost, any home warranty if negotiated here. Those basic items are the sellers. And then, of course, they've got their prorated portion of the taxes, rents, and HOA dues. How about 8? This is always a good discussion to have. What options are open if the loan doesn't close by the settlement date?
There's a 7-day grace period.
There is. There is a 7-day grace period. Let's talk about it. So right here should be, what is this, 12/12? Yep, 12/12. So delay in settlement / closing. This paragraph shall apply if one party is ready, willing, and able to complete settlement on the settlement date. We call that person the non-delaying party. But it is not possible for the other party to complete settlement by the settlement date. We call that person the delaying party. In such event, the delaying party will be entitled to a delay in settlement and shall give as much notice as possible to the non-delaying party and closing attorney. If the delaying party fails to complete settlement and closing within 7 days of the settlement date, including any amended settlement date agreed to in writing by the parties, then the delaying party shall be in breach, and the non-delaying party may terminate this contract and shall be entitled to enforce any remedies available to such party under this contract for the breach. So there's a couple big pieces of discussion we need to have here, okay? First and foremost, understand that this is designed when it's not possible to close. This is not an automatic, I get more time provision. You cannot just wake up one morning and be like, I'm tired, I don't want to close today. And we've got 7 days, let's just do it tomorrow. That's not what this is built for, right? You also can't be like, I'm going to watch football that day. I'd like to move it out. If we're still waiting on documents, if we're still waiting on clear to close, if we're waiting on something, if there's some reason why we can't close, then you're not in breach within 7 days. So let me just put some numbers on here to help everybody understand a couple points. If we were set to close April 7th of 2024, and let's say one party cannot close on April 7th, 2024. You would have until April 14th to not be in breach of contract because of that 7 days. So as long as you can close by the end of the day on the 14th, you're not in breach. Now, once it hits the next day, the 15th, The delaying party is in breach of contract, but please remember that breach never automatically terminates the agreement. Could the non-delaying party give you more time after that period, even though you are in breach? Sure, they could. The other thing to realize is that if you were to change the date using an amendment, this 7 days runs with it. So let me give you an example here. Let's say that you can't close on the 7th, and then you as a buyer's agent say, hey, can we just change the closing date to the 10th? And the sellers agree, and you change the closing date to the 10th. You would have everybody sign an amendment, and so now instead of the 7th, it is the 10th. Because you have actually legally changed the date, the 7 days runs with it. So now you would have until the 17th to close and not be in breach. And so let me give you an important thing to understand. If all parties are amenable to changing the date, do it to it, Pruitt. But remember, your job is to protect your client. And so sometimes I'm kind of a jerk when it comes to negotiations because I just know my stuff so well. So let me explain what I mean. If I'm a listing agent and you are the buyer's agent and you have been a pain in the butt to work with and you've not gotten me things on time and you've not really gotten your buyer on track and there's now a delay or you think there's going to be a delay and you come to us and you say, well, my buyer is not going to be ready to close that day. We need 4 days after that. So can we change the closing date to 4 days later? Me and my seller are going to say, no. Understand, I can't stop us from not closing that date because you have this 7-day delay in, but I'm not going to tell my seller to sign an agreement that changes the date because then that gives you even more time. Now you get the 4 days plus the potential 7 additional on top of that. So sometimes the best thing you can do for your client is keep the pressure on. Now, I'm not saying be a jerk every time. If they're already moved out, if they're not in a hurry, if there's no harm, no foul, if they've been great to work with, help them out. But if they've been in a pain in the tuchus, it might be, in your client's best interest to say no. Because they are still within their legal right to close on that time frame, so why would we change the date? Now let me tell you something that's very important. And you got to remember this. Attorneys and lenders are crazy people when it comes to paperwork. They want the paperwork to match up everything that's happening. And so when somebody is delaying the closing by 4 days, the attorney and the lender will both ask you for an agreement to amend showing the new closing date. And you've got to stand firm and you look them both in the face and you say, bite me. I'm not giving you an agreement to amend, and you got to explain to them. I understand that the closing date is now 4 days later. And I understand that I can't stop that. So we're okay with that, but we're not agreeing to change the closing date to that time frame because then we would be giving them the 7-day delay. I'm telling you, the attorneys and the lenders will give you pushback. They want the documents to match. So you just send them an email saying, nope, I understand that we're closing on this date, but we are not formally changing the date on the contracts because we are not giving them an additional 7 days on top of that. Does that make sense for everybody? Yet again, I'm not saying be a jerk in every transaction, but just be aware of that. So the other thing that I want to point out in here that will save you a world of headache, because it all comes back to people feeling like you shafted them, and if they feel like that, they're going to shaft you back. So let me tell you what I mean. It says, the delaying party shall give as much notice as possible to the non-delaying party and closing attorney. Folks, if you are in the midst of a transaction and you start to have this inkling that you're not going to close on time and a couple weeks out, you need to tell everybody ASAP. And here's why. If people don't find out that we're not closing on the closing date until the intended closing date, the seller has a moving truck full of crap. They have a closing that is also now going to get delayed. They don't know where their toothbrush is, and they've got to unpack and find it to stay in their house if you don't close on the closing date. Do you know how expensive it gets when you have a moving truck for an extra 4 or 5 days? Do you know how mad you get when all your stuff is locked in that moving truck for an extra 4 or 5 days? If you know in advance that it's not closing on time, you better tell somebody in advance, because here's what's going to happen. If you're, let's say, a buyer's agent and your buyer is delaying and they can't get to closing, and you are not informing the seller until the day of closing that we're not closing on time, well, they can't do anything to you until after 7 days has passed. But if you piss that seller off enough, they will smile when they send that termination on day 8 and keep every penny of your due diligence and earnest money, because you just cost them thousands and thousands of extra dollars in holding on to that moving truck. Nobody likes to be the delaying party. But if you know that you are, you better pick up the phone and make that phone call as early as possible to try to save some headache. Because if you let people get in that situation, they will relish the opportunity to screw you over.
Sam?
Yeah.
Hey, so when something is delayed, how do they adjust the prorations? Say you make it 6 days, do they have to go back and change all the prorations that they did?
They should. Now, this is where I told you last week, the paralegals are not checking themselves on these closing disclosures most of the time. So when you gets delayed 6 days, 90% of the time, they're still prorated as of the day that it was supposed to close. And you would have to go back to them and say, do these prorations need to be adjusted? Because technically they do. But very, very seldom does it get done without you actually forcing the hand of those paralegals. Good question. How about the next one on the list? What fees are the buyers responsible for at closing?
Prorated taxes.
Their portion of prorated stuff, absolutely.
Attorney fees.
Attorney fees, absolutely.
Yeah, section 6 there, part B has the summary.
Here you go. Buyer's obligations. So once again, the special assessments come into play here. Buyers shall take title subject to all special assessments that may be approved following settlement. In other words, proposed. Responsibility for certain costs. Any loan obtained by buyers, so all the loan costs, charges by owners association for putting it in their name, the appraisal, the title search, the title insurance, any fees by the charged by the closing attorney for preparation of the closing disclosure, seller disclosure, or any settlement statement, recording the deed, and preparation and recordation of all instruments required to secure the balance of the purchase price unpaid at settlement. So in other words, when you go, when we say attorney fees, that includes your title search and things like that. Title insurance is a separate fee. And then deed preparation is for the seller, but then recording the new deed is the buyer, and recording the new deed of trust is the buyer. My nose is itchy. I don't know if it's allergies from the pollen or if it's this dang mustache just acting up and tickling me. You know? Struggle's real. So, those are all the buyer's costs. How about 10? What happens if the buyer fails to deliver the due diligence money and or earnest money? This one is very important.
They're in breach of contract?
Mm-hmm. They are, but there's a very specific systematic flow of events here.
Are they not under contract? Well, no, they would still be under contract.
They would
right?
still be under contract. That's a very important piece. They are still under contract regardless of whether they delivered it or not. However, a certain chain of events unfolds. Let me help you out. It is the very top of page 2. Folks, when is the due diligence money due? When is it due?
As soon as possible.
3 days after acceptance, or 5 if you're looking at it.
24 hours.
These are all fantastic guesses, and they're all incorrect. Due diligence is due on the effective date. Folks, if you look at the very top of this contract, in the line item that says due diligence fee, made payable and delivered to seller on the effective date, meaning the day this has turned into a contract. Folks, that means, legally speaking, if you get under contract at 11 p.m., you've got to deliver the due diligence before 11:59 p.m. that same day. The way this is written is it is due the same day that we get under contract. Now, of course, that's not always realistic. It's not always possible. So you better hope that everybody is on the same page of when you're going to deliver it. But there is no automatic 3 days, 5 days, reasonable period of time, as soon as possible. It needs to be delivered as on the effective date, but as whatever time that y'all agree upon is going to be. And you're going to see what happens here in just a second. So the earnest money does have 5 days, and then I'm going to tell you what happens, right? The earnest money made payable and delivered to the escrow agent named in paragraph 1F within 5 days of the effective date of this contract. Okay, so there's the effective date for the due diligence and within 5 days of the effective date for earnest money. Here's what the top of page 2 says. Should the buyer fail to deliver either the due diligence fee or any initial earnest money deposit by their due dates, or should any check or other funds paid by buyer be dishonored for any reason by the institution upon which the payment is drawn, in other words, if the check bounces or is canceled, buyer shall have 1 banking day after written notice to deliver cash, official bank check, wire transfer, or electronic transfer to the payee. In other words, if you fail to deliver it on time, the seller would have to provide you with written notice of your failure to deliver it on time. Once they have done that, then you have 1 banking day to get it to them. A banking day is Monday through Friday. Okay, just because the banks are open on Saturday, that's not a banking day. Banking day is Monday through Friday. So they can't technically terminate on you on the weekend, but 1 banking day after this written notice. The other thing to realize is every single money they just listed was what we call immediately available funds. Cash, wire transfer, certified check. You can't do personal checks anymore. That's not allowed. That's got to be something that's immediately available. So you get this 1 banking day after written notice to deliver it. In the event the buyer does not timely deliver the required funds, seller shall have the right to terminate this contract upon written notice to the buyer. Now, before I get into the most important piece, understand, you are still under contract, even if it's not been delivered. There are some agents out there that say, well, I'm not delivering it until you update the status in the MLS. You can't do that, slick. You're in breach of contract if you do that. So you've got to deliver it. You're under contract regardless of whether it's been delivered or not. And here's the exceptionally dangerous piece here. Here's the crazy part, okay, folks, and I'm going to explain this to you. Seller shall have the right to terminate this contract upon written notice to the buyer, and the seller shall be entitled to recover the due diligence fee together with all earnest money deposit paid or to be paid in the future. So let me help you out in understanding this. Let's say that you submit an offer and you have negotiated $1,000 in due diligence and $10,000 in earnest money. And your buyer does not deliver one of these on time. If the seller provides you written notice of your failure to do so, and you still don't remedy it, they are going to send you a termination, and they are going to take you to court and sue you for $11,000 plus court costs, and they will win. They are entitled to now go after both due diligence and earnest money, even though earnest money wouldn't have been due normally until breaching after the due diligence date. The reason they did this, folks, is because there were so many stupid buyers and stupid agents. And so what would happen is they would get under contract on a house under basic contract law, which means they were obligated to pay the due diligence money. But then the buyer changed their mind. And so the buyers would just say, well, I'm not giving them that money over at technicality just because I was technically under contract. I changed my mind. And so they wouldn't hand over the money. And folks, $1,000 for most people is probably not worth going to small claims court over. And so buyers were using this to advantage and shafting sellers by changing their mind. $11,000 is worth going to small claims court over. And there was a huge disciplinary action in the back of the bulletin this past month where a broker was giving some really stupid advice to their buyers. And they said something like, well, we can put in multiple offers because the due diligence money isn't due until 24 or 38 hours or 48 hours after we get under contract. And so if we get under contract with one of them and we don't want to stick in it, we'll just terminate and we'll just, move on and we won't have to pay anything. That's what this agent told this buyer. Well, this agent got under contract twice, tried to terminate, didn't pay the money. The seller sued this buyer in court and won. Big damages of like $20,000 because this agent gave some really dumb advice. So please understand that it is not just due diligence money they can go after. If you don't deliver it, it's both. And I'll tell you a funny story. I had a student in my class one time, brilliant student. Loved her. She's great. But she didn't take my class for 302. She, for whatever reason, did what some of y'all do, right? They decided they needed to get it done faster. And so I just signed up for a natural own pace course. And so she, took my class for 301 and she took my class for 303. And she texted me one day and she said, hey, I just got under contract on a property. And something. Basically, her question was about due diligence. And she said, well, my buyer's out of town, and we're not going to be able to get the due diligence to him within 5 days. And I don't remember if that was the question, if that was okay or not, or if there's another question in there. And every ounce of me wanted to just rip her a new one because I was like, were you not paying attention to my class? But then I remembered she didn't take my 302. Bless her heart. Because she would have known this if she had. And so I basically told her, I said, you need to pick up the phone and call the listing agent right now and make sure that y'all are on the same page. Because if you're under contract and your buyer can't deliver the due diligence for 5 days, that means that this seller could send you this written notice, and after 1 day they could terminate, and they would be able to sue you in court for both your due diligence and your earnest money. So it is very important for the listing agent and the buyer's agent to be on the same page as to when the due diligence money is going to be delivered. It is also very important to realize that you are absolutely under contract even prior to it being delivered. Everybody with me? It's a big one.
Hey, Seth.
Yeah.
My computer's messing up this morning. What was the time frame for due diligence money? 48 hours?
Effective date. Okay. The day you get under contract. So right here, due diligence fee made payable and delivered to the seller on the effective date. The day you get under contract, it's legally due to the seller. And okay. Then the initial earnest money deposit is within 5 days of the effective date.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff. How about this next one? Some of you didn't get this far last week. Some of you did. What options exist for the seller if the buyer decides at closing that he or she won't close because the seller didn't leave the washer or dryer that was not listed in the contract to convey, but agreed to in oral negotiations?
Is it page 3, number 2?
Page 3, number 2, dealing with fixtures and exclusions. We need to have one conversation here. On page 3, number 2, where it gets into fixtures and exclusions, folks, if you wanted the washer and dryer, what you should have done is put it in the contract right here on page, what is this, 5, under 3, personal property. But as it is, that did not happen on this contract. So where else do we need to look?
I had page 13.
13.
Page 13. Oops, too far.
Oh, 23A.
So 13 deals with your remedies. Now, folks, understand that the buyer is deciding to terminate the contract after the due diligence period over something that they're upset about that was not actually part of the contract. So why are we looking at page 13? Because if they terminate, that buyer is in breach of contract. And so that means that the seller's remedies are whatever they normally are for a buyer breach. And so right here, if you look, breach by buyer. In the event of a material breach of this contract by buyer, seller shall be entitled to any earnest money deposit. The payment of any earnest money deposit and any due diligence fee to the seller, without regard to their respective amounts, including zero, shall serve as liquidated damages and as seller's sole and exclusive remedy for such breach, provided that such liquidated damages shall not limit the seller's rights under paragraph 4E or 4F for damage to the property, as well as the seller's rights under paragraph 1D for dishonored funds. It is acknowledged by the parties that the amount of the liquidated damages is compensatory and not punitive, such amount being a reasonable estimation of the actual loss that the seller would incur as a result of a breach of this contract by buyer. The payment to the seller of the liquidated damages shall not constitute a penalty or forfeiture, but actual compensation for seller's anticipated loss, both parties acknowledging the difficulty of determining seller's actual damages for such breach. Whew, that's a mouthful. But in other words, the buyer would be in breach. The seller gets to keep due diligence and earnest money. Now, it does say sole and exclusive remedy. As a seller in North Carolina, that is all you get. The only thing that it basically said, though, however, you could go after them if they damaged your house. There's a certain section that says if they damage the property in the midst of their due diligence, their inspections or otherwise, you could hold them liable for that and go after them for that. But otherwise, that is your sole and exclusive remedy. So that's available to the seller. If this idiot buyer walks away because they didn't get a washer and dryer, they're morons. Because I can almost guarantee that their due diligence, earnest money, and cost of all their due diligence inspections far exceeds the cost of a new washer and dryer. They should just chalk it up to, oops, we suck. We should have gotten that in writing, and then buy a new one. Or perhaps maybe their agent sucks and they can go after their agent for it, right? Yeah, whichever. One of the two. That's also where I told you too, folks, sometimes we have these verbal negotiations where, we don't want to create extra work for ourselves, but it's like if it happens, great. If it doesn't, great. And I told you as a listing agent, very often my sellers would be like, well, ask them if they want this. And then we'll just have a text exchange. They say, yeah, they want it. But as a buyer's agent in that scenario, I always say, okay, hey, this is just a text message. It's not enforceable. So if they leave it, great. If they don't, it is what it is. Now, if we care enough, we could have it put in writing. But how about 12? What obligations is the seller under to fix damaged items found in the home inspection?
None.
None. Zero. Zip. Nada. Bubkiss. Where's that at?
Page 6, 4D.
Page 6, 4D. Here we go. Repair/improvement negotiation/agreement. Buyer acknowledges and understands the following. Unless the parties agree otherwise, and this is in all caps, the property is being sold in its current condition. Seller may, but is not required to, engage in negotiations for repairs/improvements to the property. Buyer is advised to make any repair/improvement requests in sufficient time to allow negotiations to be concluded prior to the expiration of the due diligence period. Any agreement that the parties may reach with respect to the repairs/improvements is an addition to this contract that must be in writing and signed by the parties in accordance with paragraph 19. So let's talk about this for a second. There is zero obligation to do any repairs on any property in North Carolina. However, once upon a time, when we would get under contract, we knew that in negotiations we could typically get something out of the seller. And of course, as the market shifts, you can get something out of the seller as well. And so please understand, folks, if you don't ask, the answer is always no. So let me give you a couple learning points here. I have had scenarios where I represented the seller, and I was sure that these sellers would be reasonable and amenable to having discussions about repairs, but they were not. And they said, no, we're not doing anything. Conversely, I've been a buyer's agent where my buyers have asked for things, and I'm like, there's no way in hell these sellers are doing anything for us. They have been terrible, terrible people. And then they give us a lot. Do not assume anything in real estate. It will get you in trouble. And so if you don't ask, the answer is always no. So it doesn't hurt to ask for some type of repairs. And then you can just see what you get. Mentally prepare your clients for they have no recourse if somebody says no. But it's always, advantageous to ask. Now, and let me explain something else to you, folks. How do we ask for repairs once we're under contract?
DDRA?
The DDRA, the due diligence request and agreement. And when does that form have to be completed by?
And the due diligence period?
During the due diligence period is the answer I was expecting you to give me, but it was a trick question. Because it doesn't have to be completed by that date and time. Let me explain. Folks, you can sign and negotiate, or negotiate and sign a DDRA anytime during the due diligence period, but you can also have it signed after. But you would not want to do that, and let me explain why. Let's say that you have a home inspection and you find out that there is, I'm just going to put up here, repairs that total around $3,000 that you want done. And in this contract, let's just use the numbers I used earlier. You've got $1,000 in due diligence and $10,000 in earnest money. So during your due diligence period, you send over a DDRA and you ask them to fix those $3,000 worth of items. And you kind of go back and forth and, here's what you do, right? Here's what all the buyer's agents should do, or otherwise. This is what we like to say as a buyer's agent. We say, listen, these repairs are very important to my buyer. And if you don't do these, we're going to walk. And they're material facts that you have to disclose to the next person. So you might as well fix them for us. Right? That's our favorite line. It's almost like it's just like burning your brain as a buyer's agent. We love to say that, right? You're going to have to fix it for somebody. And it's a material fact if you don't, And here's the thing. when you tell them and you bluff a little bit and you say, we're going to walk if you don't do this, $3,000 is more than the $1,000 you would potentially lose. So is there a chance that they believe you? Sure. It's not necessarily extremely likely that you're going to walk away, but is there a chance you could be serious? Sure. And there's, of course, a stigma with going back on the market. So it is ideal to get the DDRA done during your due diligence because you have leverage at that point. But you could get it signed after the fact. But watch what happens. Let's say that your due diligence date is the 20th. And we are now on the 25th. And they have not agreed to make these repairs yet. And you go back to them and you say, listen, I'm serious. Make these repairs and agree to this or we're going to walk. Folks, they don't believe you anymore because now if you walk, you're losing how much? You see it, right? $11,000. Nobody in their right mind is going to walk and lose $11,000 over $3,000 in repairs. So could you sign a DDRA after the due diligence period has expired? Yes, but you've lost your leverage because you no longer have the ability to only lose the due diligence. You would lose both. That's why we advise that it should get completed during the due diligence to protect the client's earnest money. Now, remember what I told you last week. This is where I normally have this discussion. If you have negotiated zero earnest money and it's all in due diligence, your due diligence date means nothing. Absolutely nada. Because if you terminate day one of being under contract, you lose $11,000. If you terminate the day before closing, you lose $11,000. Nothing changes. So if you don't have any earnest money on the line, your due diligence date is a moot point. Means nothing. Huzzah. Wake up, Terry. I'm just kidding. Me too. I do it all. Listen, I do it all day long, my friend. I'm just making a look. Now that you started, I'm going to start. I'm going to have to come off screen. Otherwise, everybody's going to be doing it all day. Hold on. Don't look at me. I was trying to help y'all so y'all didn't see it. It's crazy how those freaking things are contagious. I don't know. So here's another really good discussion. Okay. And yet again, some of you may or may not have made it this far in the exercise, but what options exist for the buyer that loses his or her job the week before closing, after the due diligence period, and is obtaining a VA loan? What did you find here, if you found anything yet?
Is it page 8, 6C? We weren't really 100% sure on that.
Page 8, 6C.
6C.
This authorization to disclose information? Not that one. There is, of course, this authorization to disclose information on certain pertinent facts on, information, but that's not going to be the big trigger here for what's going to happen.
We said there was no loan contingencies, but then you threw in the VA thing, so I don't know.
Good call. Folks, let's talk about this. There are no loan contingencies. And I did throw in the VA thing, but here's what you have to understand. It changes nothing. So if you look on this, there is these blue notes. I'm going to point out a couple of them right here. Buyer's obligation under this contract are not conditioned upon obtaining any loan or loans other than or other funds from sources other than buyer's own assets. Some mortgage loan programs and other programs providing funds for the purchase of the property selected by buyer may impose repair obligations and or additional conditions or cost upon the seller or buyer, and more information may be needed. Material changes with respect to funding the purchase of the property that affect the terms of this contract are material facts that must be disclosed. There's another one right here. If buyer does not intend to obtain a new loan or that's the cash one. Hold on, there's one more somewhere. Yeah, there's another one in here somewhere, but you kind of get the point, right? It's not conditioned on any financing contingency. There is no contingencies built in here. It doesn't matter if it's a VA loan. There is the FHA VA financing addendum, but we're going to talk about that in a little bit. It doesn't protect this. It protects earnest money only, and it only has to deal with appraisal issues as well, okay? So we will talk about the FHA VA. So at the end of the day, what options exist? Well, if they can come up with the cash, they can still close. If they could get a new job immediately and the banks are okay with it, and they could potentially still close. But otherwise, they are losing their due diligence money and their earnest money for their breach of contract. So the last one we did, the VA buyer who couldn't close, going to lose everything. What about 14? Does the seller have to leave utilities on after they move out of the property and prior to closing?
Yes.
Yeah, we said yes.
Where'd you find that at?
Page 10. And it was, I think it was C.
There you go. So here's
8, letter C.
there you go. This is kind of another interesting discussion we're going to have on this one. Okay, so right here under C, access to property. Seller shall provide reasonable access to the property through the earlier of closing or possession by buyer, including but not limited to allowing buyer and or buyer's agents or representatives an opportunity to 1, conduct due diligence, 2, verify the satisfactory completion of negotiated repairs/improvements, and 3, conduct a final walkthrough inspection of the property. Seller's obligations include providing existing utilities operating at the seller's cost, including any connections, and de-winterizing. So this is another one where let's just talk about the reality of things. Under normal circumstances in a standard sale, the seller is responsible for keeping utilities running through closing so we can have these inspections. Water, electricity, all that jazz. But there are some times where you're going to be working on a deal that is a bank-owned property. It's going to be a short sale. It's going to be a distressed property, a foreclosure, or whatever it may be, and the utilities are not going to be on. Folks, there are times where you will put an offer in, and there are not utilities, and the seller's not willing to put them. So yet again, if you don't like it, don't buy that house. So there's times where in the past I've had to negotiate or facilitate where the buyer actually got the utilities temporarily put in their name so that they could get them turned on so that we could have these inspections because the seller couldn't or wouldn't. But here's a word of caution. You got to think very long and hard about the potential liability of having water cut on a property that you don't know anything about. Because let's say that a pipe is bursted in the wall and you get the utilities turned on in your name and now it floods the entire house. So it's not necessarily advisable. So you may want to talk to your BIC, your attorney, your buyer, your somebody before you do that. So under most normal transactional point of views, yes, the sellers have to keep the utilities on up to and including to the day of closing. But sometimes that's not possible. And so you may have to make alternative arrangements. Now let me give you another piece of advice here, folks, because we're talking about utilities. Okay, this is an important one. This is a real life lesson. If I'm a listing agent, I always tell my sellers to call the companies for the utilities and tell them to remove them from their name the day after closing. And I'll tell you why I do that. Because if we have a delay, we have the opportunity to make that phone call in time typically. So we find out there's going to be a delay, and then we don't remember until the actual closing date. Oh crap, the utilities are scheduled to go out of my name tomorrow. They can typically call and fix that. If you have them scheduled for the actual day of closing, then, let's say that we get a delay, they're going to forget to call, and they're going to be living in that house still, and the water is going to get shut off, the lights are going to get shut off, all that stuff's going to happen. So I always tell my sellers to tell them to have them removed out of their name the day after closing, just as a little bit of a grace period. If you are a buyer's agent, you need to tell your buyer to put them in their name starting on the day of closing. And the reason is, the best case scenario is they never cut them off. They just kind of overlap. And so when they transfer from the seller to the buyer, it's cheaper because there's no disconnect reconnect fee. It's just a new name on the account. And so they save money that way. Let me tell you the other reason why. Folks, even if you have a buyer who is not planning on moving in on the closing date, you tell them they need to put the utilities in their name on the closing date. And let me tell you why. It never fails that when you have buyers who are not moving in on the closing date and they're moving in a week later and they think that they don't need to get the utilities done, that buyer and you have negotiated the refrigerator. Now, folks, I don't care how good the seller has, quote unquote, cleaned this refrigerator. If you've never smelled a refrigerator that's been off for a week, buckle up, buttercups. That thing is going to stink. And the whole house is going to stink. And I don't care how many boxes of baking soda you put in there, it's not going to fix it. Aside from that, you know what else you're going to walk into? A puddle of water on the floor where the ice machine in the door leaked out every single drop of water that came from the ice in the machine. So you need to always make sure that they have the utilities in their name on the day of closing. Now, and reiterate this. Let me give you two more real-world examples. Everything I'm teaching you has all happened in transactions for me. So I've learned this, and I'm sharing it with you. Because I'll never forget it. It was a beautiful house, and the clients, I can't picture the clients right now, but I was so worried that they were going to be so upset with me because I think maybe it was my California clients. They bought a house, and they weren't, moving right away. And I think I was teaching a class. And I had that epiphany. I was like, oh my God, the refrigerator. And so I was like trying to like get over there as soon as I could to like check and see if there's any water. But they got there before I did. They weren't mad, but it just made me feel terrible about it because that puddle of water, they didn't have the electricity turned on in time. But let me give you two other real world scenarios dealing with utilities. One of my best friends, him and his now wife, I helped them sell a house and buy a house. Now, the wife had bought the house herself. And so my friend had never bought a house before. He had moved in with her and her house, and then they bought a house together. And I just took for granted that because they owned a house before and because they were friends, I didn't go give them the normal utility spiel that I do with everybody. I just kind of sent them the information, said, here's the utility information. And so, like a day after closing, my buddy calls me. He's like, Seth, my oven doesn't work and I'm hungry. I said, well, did you call the gas company and get it put in your name? Oh. No, I didn't. I said, okay, buddy. Well, here we need to call the gas company. They got to turn on the natural gas line at your property because you have a gas stove. So that's why it's not working. So you just take for granted that people know these things sometimes. And then here's the other one that happened. I had a client, a seller in Clayton many years ago. And I told them the exact same thing. Hey, call the utility companies and make sure that they remove your name from the account the day after closing. Of course, it closed on time, and so it should have been taken out of the names the day after closing, and apparently the buyer's agent sucked and did not advise their buyer, or they just didn't listen either. So what had happened was, I get a phone call from my sellers a month after closing. Hey, Seth, we just got a notice for a water bill in our names at the old house for like $70. And we're not sure what to do about it. And I said, well, did you call them and have them removed out of your name like I told you to? No, I guess we didn't. I think we must have completely forgot. So, well, if you got a water bill in your name, that means you forgot to take it out of your name and the buyers didn't put it in their name. And they said, oh, well, how do we get the buyers to pay it since it's their water bill? I said, it's not worth the effort. Pay the $70 water bill. Call them and have it canceled out of your name today. You're not going to small claims court over a $70 water bill. Pay it, chalk it up to, oops, I'm stupid, and then move on with your life. But you really got to harp on this with some people because bless their hearts, you know? There's always something. So, utilities on. This one, I think we just answered that, folks. At the very least, what access to the property must the seller allow to the buyer or their representatives? What did we just read? What do they got to give them?
Reasonable access to the property?
Reasonable access to the property, including what three things?
Including but not limited to allowing buyer and or buyer's agents or reps an opportunity to conduct due diligence, verify satisfactory completion of negotiated repairs and improvements, and then lastly conduct a final walkthrough.
There you go.
Inspection of the property.
There you go. That is the exact same provision we just read in this access to property. So at minimum, the seller has to provide the right to conduct due diligence, the right to expect any repairs that have been negotiated, and the right to conduct a final walkthrough. Now, here's some more real world advice. If you are a buyer's agent and the house is vacant, go nuts. Okay? Like, I mean, if you're like, I'm like, I was hoping we could go and measure for the furniture. And the house is vacant, and be like, okay, great, let's go measure for your furniture. You know? But if the house is occupied, as a common courtesy, try to overlap inspections if you can, right? Have the home inspection and the pest inspection happening at the same time. Maybe have the septic happening on the same day, so that way you can kind of minimize. If it's not possible, it's not possible. And then, of course, don't go nuts on showings if it is occupied. If your buyer is like, I was wondering if we could just go to measure the furniture, and be like, we've got a home inspection in 3 days. Wait till then, Susan, okay? Like, we don't need to go and interrupt somebody's lives every single day just because you want to see your house that you're buying again. If it's a vacant property, make as many scheduled showings as you want to. If it's occupied, try to be courteous and not overdo it on the showings and try to kick people out of their house, because it gets old real quick. I mean, the way you think about it is, would you want somebody kicking you out of your house every 5 minutes? No. So don't do it to somebody else. Uh, 16. How would a buyer add a contingency to the contract?
Has to be drafted by an attorney.
Has to be drafted by an attorney. There it is. Folks, once upon a time, we had a standardized form called a contingent sale addendum. And so you could add it into the contract that created a contingency based on selling your other house. However, we did away with it because in North Carolina and utilizing a due diligence style contract, it kind of was worthless. Because what most people were doing anyway was just utilizing their due diligence period as the time period to decide whether they could sell it or not, and then terminating during due diligence for any reason or no reason, and not actually utilizing the contingency. So we do not have a contingent sale addendum anymore. So if you wanted to add a contingency to the contract, you would have to call up an attorney, have them draft it, and then add it in as an attorney drafted contingency addendum or otherwise. Now, folks, let me give you some really good advice here as well. This is where I can teach you all kinds of real world stuff. Do not ever call up your attorney and have them draft up a contingency to put in on an offer unless you have picked up the phone and called the listing agent and asked them if they would consider it. Here's why. Attorneys do not do stuff for free. So if you call up your attorney and you ask for that, they will draft it, but they will bill your client about $200 to have draft this agreement. And then after they bill them, you're going to put that on the offer and you're going to send it over. And so I want you to picture how this goes. You didn't have a conversation with the listing agent. The listing agent gets your contingency alongside of 6 other offers that are not contingent. And when they see yours, they're going to look at it and says, contingent upon this, contingent. Contingent. This idiot thinks we're gonna accept a contingency. Stupid. Oh my God, we're not gonna do that. And now you've wasted your client's money, you've wasted your time, and you look like an idiot. So do not automatically send a contingency. If you're going to do something like that, pick up the phone and have a conversation. Otherwise, you just wasted that money for nothing. Don't blindside people with things that are out of the norm. I'll tell you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Is it okay with the buyer if they wanted to draft the addendum without using an attorney?
It is legally okay, but is it also legally adequate? Probably not. The likelihood of most buyers drafting up something that is very clear and concise and could be upheld in a court of law are not very likely. So legally they could draft their own, but if there's a lot of money on the line that they're trying to protect, you may want an attorney to draft it.
Yeah.
Let me give you a real world example of how to do a contingency without doing a contingency. I had a client. I listed her house, gosh, I think it was not last year, it was the year before. It all runs together. Yeah, it was 2022. I listed her house in October, and that was when our market really started to shift. The interest rates kind of started climbing. And so we had an offer, and it was way lower than list price. And before we accepted that offer, another offer came in. And so let me try to, I guess, give you the shorter version of this story. The other offer that came in was for basically list price, but it was a contingency, kind of. In other words, the buyers had a house to sell, and they were wondering if we would accept a contingency. Well, as opposed to actually having a contingency addendum drafted in, we were just very forthright, and we had a discussion. So basically what we did is we negotiated a much lower due diligence. I think it was like $500. And so we accepted that, and we understood that they would buy the house as long as, so it had like an extended due diligence, as long as they could get their house sold, and then they would give us additional earnest money as if they got their house sold. So the only skin they had in the game was $500. So that $500 is basically the cost of having an attorney draft up a contingency anyway. And so we kind of created contingency without one. Well, they couldn't sell their house, so they terminated. And so my seller actually took her house off the market. She wasn't even sure she wanted to sell anymore. But what ended up happening, though, is we had a conversation, and we said, listen, my seller's going to take it off the market. She's not sure what she's going to do. But if you happen to sell your house, come back to us, and we will get back under contract with the same terms that we were under before. That's what ended up happening. They did finally sell their house. So we did actually get back under contract, and then we sold it, and all is well that ends well. But sometimes you don't need a contingency. Sometimes you just need everybody to be on the same page in a very moderate amount of due diligence so that your client's not set to lose a whole lot if they're in that situation. That make sense? Uh, 17, where is it stipulated the acceptable form of communication for any notice in the contract? How about right here? The parties agree that any actions between them relating to the transaction contemplated by this contract may be conducted by electronic means, including the signing of this contract by one or more of them and any notice or communications given in connection with this contract. Any written notice or communication may be transmitted to any mailing address, email address, or fax number set forth in the notice information section below. Any notice or communication to be given to a party herein, or any fee, deposit, or other payment to be delivered to a party herein may be given to the party or such party's agent. Delivery of any notice to a party via means of electronic transmission, this is important, shall be deemed complete at such time as the sender performs the final act to send such transmission in a form capable of being processed by the receiving party system to any electronic address provided for such party in the notice information section below. Seller and buyer agree that the notice information and acknowledgement of receipt of money section shall not constitute a material part of this contract, and that the addition or modification of any information therein shall not constitute a rejection of any offer or the creation of a counteroffer. So let me explain why this is important. Folks, remember when we did the activity on do we have a contract? Well, we had these scenarios where the person mailed this agent, the person mailed this person, they called this person, they emailed this person. So I want you to think about this. If you are affiliated with ABC Realty, and ABC Realty is representing, you and ABC Realty are representing the buyer. Well, who is actually the agent by definition? Like who is the agent?
Firm.
The firm. So I want you to think about what that means. Folks, can you imagine that you are a buyer's agent with ABC Realty and you send in an offer on behalf of your buyer client to another firm, and a few days later you haven't gotten a response, and so then you walk into your office one morning and Ethel is sitting at the front desk, and Ethel's just a sweet little old lady who answers the phones and checks on everything, and you walk in there and Ethel says, well, hey, good morning. You said, hey, Ethel, how's it going? And she's like, oh my God, why are you so upset? And you said, well, Ethel, it's just one of these things. You know how it is. I sent an offer in a couple of days ago, and I haven't gotten a response, and I'm really irritated because I figured I would have heard something from the sellers by now. And Ethel says, oh, is it for 123 Main Street? And you say, yeah, how'd you know? They sent me an email over the weekend. I just saw it this morning. Your offer was accepted and you're under contract. Folks, is that how any of you want to find out that you're under contract? No. But remember, if the agent knows, which is the firm, then you are under contract. That communication goes to the agent of the offeror. And in this case, it did. So here's the beautiful thing. Nobody wants to get under contract that way. And so if you never actually realize this, when you fill out this section on the offer to purchase in contract, you are stipulating what is the acceptable forms of communication from each party. So in other words, folks, personally, I don't fill out this section. Why? Because if you put in information here, that means that the listing agent can communicate with your buyer directly, and the buyer's agent could communicate with your seller directly. We don't want that to happen. We want the agents to do the talking. So I leave that part blank. And then when you come down to the actual piece here, it's not just you stating who you are. Yes, we are stating what we're acting as. Are we acting as a dual agent? Are we acting as a seller's agent? Whatever. But we're also telling us how we can communicate. If you want to communicate with the listing agent, there's their phone number, there's their fax number, there's their email. If we're not communicating by fax, don't put anything in the fax box. And then if you are part of a team, we need to put all the team members we will talk with. If there's a transaction coordinator, the team lead, the listing agent, we need to put all those in the email. So this is actually stipulating what is an acceptable form of communication. Here's the bad news. We always fill in our firm's mailing address, which means legally speaking, the mailbox rule would apply if somebody sent it to your firm. I hope they don't do that. Because if you leave that blank, your firm's compliance department will probably push back on it because they just like to have everything filled in. But what this is really stating is, here's an acceptable form of communication. That's the whole point of this section. Now, the other things that last section said is that if you're doing electronic means, like we said before, when it is sent to a mailbox or whatever in a deliverable format. So if you leave a voicemail, it's communicated. If you send an email, it's communicated. If you send a text, it's communicated. Even if they haven't read it, so long as you got the email address right, so long as you got the phone number right, so long as all of those things happen. Which is basically the same as this last one. Okay, the last one on this little activity. How does a licensee confirm agency status at the time of offer? Same thing. Who is representing whom? It's outlined in this section right here. So we know who is the buyer's agent, who is the seller's agent, are we a dual agent, are we a designated dual agent? And then of course you can verify that everybody is current and active on the Real Estate Commission's website. Whoop, whoop. There you go. Now, that activity is great for discussing a lot of very big, important key parts of the offer to purchase and contract. But as you figured out, it has not gone over absolutely everything. And so what we are going to do is kind of fill in the blanks and talk about filling this guy in and just some basic practices. And we'll talk about a few other random things in the mix, like I will pull up, the Register of Deeds real quick, show you how to briefly navigate it, things that could assist you in filling out this contract. It's kind of what we're going to get into in the next little piece. Now, that being said, because we're close enough to it anyway, and as I don't want to have to start a topic and derail, y'all can go ahead and take a break, come back at 10:40, and we will kick off with the other parts of the contract. Whoop, whoop. All right, folks. Let's keep on keeping on with this fun-filled day. So we are still technically in Unit 2, and I told you that's where we're going to spend the most time, which is dealing with the sales contracts and preparation there with them. So we did that fun little activity to talk about certain provisions within the offer to purchase and contract, but now we're going to talk about the other very important pieces of the contract, and then of course have some discussions on the different documents that supplement this, the different addenda and the amendments, the DDRA, things of that nature. And then talk about the good, the bad, the ugly within each of them. So as you see right here, this is called the offer to purchase and contract. And as the name suggests, it starts as an offer and can become a contract under the right circumstances. Now, I also told you that I hope that you have somebody to reach out to for guidance and assistance in completing this when you get around to it, if you haven't yet. But if you ever don't, this is where it referenced the guidelines for completing this form with the 2G. So that is something that's available. So do keep that in mind. So here's what it says. For valuable consideration, the receipt and legal sufficiency of which are hereby acknowledged. Buyer offers to purchase, and seller upon acceptance agrees to sell and convey the property on the terms and conditions of this offer to purchase and contract, and any addendum or modification made in accordance with its terms, together just referred to as the contract. Now, even though it says it's made by the buyer, I told you this could easily and equally be used as an offer to sell by a seller, just as it can for an offer to buy by a buyer. Doesn't really matter. Either one is fine. I think it's that time change is getting us. That's what it is, that time change. Y'all think about the statistical probability of people having. Let me think of how I'm trying to word this. With the invention of cell phones and the way that we all just probably use them as some type of alarm clock, I feel like there's a whole lot less people waking up late on the day after daylight savings time, since everything just automatically updates in our lives now, except for that freaking oven, right? It's always the oven and the microwave, and it's but everything else, and the car, and the car. I think this must be what it is. The time change has got us all a little. All right, I'm good. I swear, I'm good. I'm just gonna stick this coffee into an IV and just put it in my arm.
Yeah, my kids were not trying to wake up today. They were so tired.
Kids, I feel like it affects them more because they don't really, their little circadian rhythm, they just do their own little thing and they're just up and down and up and down. I don't. It's all right. We'll all eventually get used to it. It is nice to have some daylight in the afternoons again. That's kind of nice. So here's where we get into filling this thing out. Okay, the term listed below shall have the respective meaning given them as set forth adjacent to each. So the seller, I told you, do not ever put anything like owner of record in here. You need to come in and actually name the sellers. And the way that you find the sellers is the Register of Deeds. Okay, and I told you, do not utilize the tax cards because they are not updated as often. So if you look at the Register of Deeds, you will see the most recent deed and you will see the names. Now, I will go off on a tangent here just to kind of show you this. One of the things that I think is most important for being able to fill this out is having the ability to navigate a couple important governmental websites. The Register of Deeds in whichever county that you're doing the business in, the GIS map, okay? And then, you know, some of the other things come into play after that. So let me just show you an example of the GIS map. If you're not familiar, it is Geographical Information Systems mapping for the county. And so I will do iMaps. I'll show you Wake counties first. So in Wake County, they call theirs iMaps, and so I just Googled iMaps, and you can see it pop up here. It's taking a minute. So this is their GIS map for Wake County. Now, I'm going to give you a couple reasons why this would be useful for you for an offer. But of course, I'm using it also to show you how to navigate the Register of Deeds to find the most recent deed. So I'm just going to pick a piece of property here. Let's see. I'm just going to do random. What is this one? I don't want it to be commercial. No. Let's do over here. Cool. Oh no. Sometimes when you don't do the search, it's always hard to figure out on this one where the report is. So I'm just trying to like expand it so you can see it. I'm just going to type it in. 125 Lincoln Court. And then this one. For the life of me, I can't find the report here. Any of y'all who work with Wake County every day know how to get this to expand into the big report as opposed to this little box? You know, it's fine. Go ahead.
I kind of work backwards. I go to the property records search, and then all that's there.
Oh, for whatever reason, it was just lagging. Here it is. I guess I clicked it, but it just was not doing. So we're going to do the property record too, and so you can work whichever way you're more comfortable, but let me just kind of show you what I was hoping to do. It was just not cooperating because I kept clicking and it was just delaying. So this is what I was looking for, this little report over here. Now this will take you to the tax page. This is a link to Google Maps. So a couple things you can find on here. You can use this PIN number whenever you're filling out the contract. So this should be pretty accurate whenever you're looking at the actual list. Now, of course, this person has a very difficult name, but what I like to do when I find a property is a couple of things. I'm going to close out on this since we've got it over here now. There are layers that you can turn on. And so one thing that I always like to look at when I'm putting in an offer on property is, of course, the flood plains and sometimes some other things, just to make sure that I don't have anything to be worried about. It does take some getting used to. I do Johnson County nowadays more than I do Wake County. But if you look flood hazard areas, you've got this overlay, so you can click it and turn on that overlay. The other thing that I like to look at too, and they're called different. In the Johnson County, it's called ortho photos. In this one, I believe it's, where is it at? Somewhere else. Or you can do the satellite imagery. Now I turned the floodplains on and you didn't see anything come up because I would have to zoom out. There wasn't any there, but you'd be able to see kind of the, right there, that coloration along those creeks. These are the floodplains, so we're good on that property. So, you know, I haven't sold anything in Wake County in a while. I'm like, I don't know how to turn this on. Street, places of interest. I know I'm staring right at it somewhere. I'm going to show you how Johnson County too, and Johnson County is a lot easier in my opinion, but there should be a location somewhere to turn on the satellite imagery, which is great to see kind of the property map and the way that it kind of flows. So let me show you the other thing that I want to show you with Wake County, and then I'll kind of circle back around to it and show you Johnson County as well. I always use this for a couple of different things. So when we were looking at the actual property itself and the report, which is now gone again.
Seth, if you click on those lines, I think it'll open up something for you.
Yeah.
Not that.
Oh, not that? These?
Yeah, I think. Okay, maybe not.
Yeah, that's the legend.
Okay.
Base maps, dark base map, light base map, basic. Tell you what, I'm going to show you all Johnston County because this is going to float a little bit better. And then I'll kind of circle back around Johnston County GIS, because what I really want you to see is how this works. Of course, every single one of them works differently but similarly, so you've just got to find where everything's kind of located. Now this is where I do the most business, and so I use this one day in and day out. So for Johnston County, you're an external user because you're not an employee, so you're going to see kind of the similar thing here. You've got, you know, these different kind of flows on the top, and so I'm just going to do the same thing as before. I'm going to pick a property, and I'll show you why this is helpful. This looks like a subdivision. So this one you have to do query, which is basically pick a property. There we go. So here's the property we've picked, and there's a couple different links. Now if I want to go and look at, you know, the different overlays on this, I can go back to the map info, and ortho photos is the satellite imagery for this one, which is very easy to navigate in my opinion. And then when we're getting into land features, you want to expand that. You can see your floodplains as well as of 2018. FEMA is the most accurate map, but of course this will give you some inkling. So we're looking at this specific property. So now we've got this satellite imagery going. You can see that there is a floodplain pretty close, but not on the property that I picked. And so when we're looking at this property, the two things that I like to do when I'm putting in an offer or listing a property for that matter is I like to kind of see the layout. Now this looks like it must be a new subdivision because the map isn't even updated from where this is a farm field, so it's not going to be useful to see the house layout. But you can still see the floodplains. Just like before, you can see the PIN number if you wanted to utilize that. But I use this information to also go and search the Register of Deeds. So we've got Shirley Horner. So if you go to Johnston County Register of Deeds, real estate, I'm just do the record search, online record search. You got to acknowledge the disclaimers. So the current owner, folks, is the grantee, right? Because it goes from grantor to grantee. And so the most recent owner is the grantee. And so you would find grantee section. You could tell it whether it was human or not. This is a human. And so it was Horner. If the surname is the last name. And then it should have been Shirley, if I spelled it right. And now you can see the deed. So what this allows you to do, see, you can see it's new construction. So the grantor was Adams Homes. You can see them, and so you would actually fill in the names of the seller. Shirley A. Horner and David Norman Horner. So the deed is useful as a listing agent. You should always see this before you list it so you know who's on there. As a buyer's agent, you want to look up this deed to make sure that you're putting the appropriate names in there. The other thing that this allows you to do is fill out some of the other details in the legal description. So if you go back to the offer to purchase and contract, I'm going to scroll down and show you what I mean. You've got these legal references, and one of them is reference to a deed book at page whatever. Well, we are looking at deed book 6574, page 503 and 504. So you can actually come in and put that right in here. Now understand that it is not a legal requirement for it to be the most recent deed that you plug in here. It's just basically stating if you go and you look at this deed book on this page, you will find the property reference. So there's no confusion about which property we are discussing. The PIN number was on that other one. Of course, you can also see sometimes the information you may need for the other pieces here, being all of Lot 82, Phase 2, Elk Creek East subdivision as depicted in Book of Maps 96. Well, folks, you now have everything to fill out this section as well. Lot, block, section of a subdivision as seen in Book of Maps, page whatever. So that's why you always look at the deed, because you can actually see the names of the sellers, their legal description of it for the reference to their recorded plat, the deed book and the page that it's located on, and you just want to make sure that there is nothing kind of weird or squirrely about looking on that Register of Deeds. Now I'll tell you the other thing too. While I've got the Register of Deeds open, it is very important to always be aware of things like restrictive covenants. So we say, hey, there are certain things we need a seller to provide to us in a listing appointment, and one of them is restrictive covenants, but you can't really rely on them to provide those because some sellers don't even know they have them or not. So if you look, and let's see if we can find it for Elk Creek East. If you ever want to know the easiest way to search for restrictive covenants, you just go to the Register of Deeds, and under surname, now they all work a little bit different. Let's see if we can get it. Elk Creek East. That's the plat book for it, not the restrictive covenants. But that is useful, so you can see the plat map. The covenants may just be under, let's try Elk Creek. And if not, sometimes it's a little more trial and error to figure out exactly how they have them recorded. Plat deed covenants. Declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions for Elk Creek subdivision. And so it looks like if you did some research, this may be an all-encompassing for all the different components of it. But that is the easiest way to find restrictive covenants. You go to the county that you're looking in, and under surname, type in the name of the subdivision. Now, in some counties, it's a little bit harder because you will have to actually go in and make sure that you put it as non-human. For this one, it will default to doing a search for both if you don't tell it, but it's not always a perfect science. So that is one place to start when you're filling out this contract. Register of Deeds, GIS map, whether you are the listing agent, the buyer's agent, because then you can get the plat map, the restrictive covenants, the names, the reference to the recorded plat, all those things in one fell swoop when filling out this contract. So we put the seller, we put the buyer. The property shall include all that real estate described below, together with all appurtenances thereto, including the improvements located thereon and the fixtures and personal property listed in paragraph 2 and 3 below. Now this is an important piece, and they kind of changed this last year. It says the property will or will not include a manufactured mobile home, and the property will or will not include an off-site septic and or separate septic lot, boat slip, garage, parking space, or storage unit. And so the manufactured home one has been there for a while, but the other one was added last year because of kind of the new age thing that we're discussing on if there's any off-site lots that people aren't really aware of. So we need to make people aware of it in the beginning. Now it does go on to talk about the manufactured home. If there is a manufactured home on the property that is being conveyed, regardless of whether it has been converted to real property or it's still considered personal property, you need to attach the additional provisions addendum, and there's a very specific place where we talk about the manufactured home. So a manufactured home, septic lot, boat slip, garage, parking space, storage unit is included. Buyer and seller are strongly encouraged to include further details in the additional provisions addendum and attach it to this offer. Now we're going to look at the additional provisions addendum later. But it does 7 very specific things nowadays. Here's the street address. Here's the legal description we were just talking about. And then here's where you start getting into the actual offer terms. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit so I can show you this. When you're filling this out, you would come in and you would put in a purchase price. And remember what I told you last week. Make sure that you use the appropriate commas and decimals, so there's no confusion about how much money it is. So let's say that you're offering $400,000. And then you went in and you want to do $5,000 in due diligence. Remember, it's doing the effective date. Make sure you stipulate. You do not need to leave this blank. A lot of people ask me, like, what if I'm not sure yet? No, you need to get on the same page with the buyer and know exactly how you're delivering due diligence. Is it going to be cash? Is it going to be personal check? Is it going to be a bank check? Is it going to be a wire transfer? Now, this last one, folks, says electronic transfer. What that means is Venmo, Cash App, Zelle. It is acceptable to utilize these programs nowadays for due diligence, but make sure everybody's on the same page if you're going to go that route. Let's say earnest money, you want to do $5,000. So we'll do personal check. Earnest money, cash, personal check. Let's do personal check again. And I told you once upon a time there was a checkbox on this. That you could stipulate whether earnest money was going to be deposited on the effective date or within 5 days of the effective date. Nobody was using the freaking check boxes, and so they just took those out, and now they said it's just always due within 5 days of the effective date. Additional earnest money, remember, if you're not using something, put a strike through or put in A. Now, let me explain additional earnest money, folks. Additional earnest money is utilized as an additional negotiation tactic. And I'll tell you 2 main reasons why it's utilized. Some people want to let the buyer or the sellers know that they have the money and that they shouldn't worry about them buying the house as long as they get through due diligence. So what they may do is they may come in here and say, well, we'll give you an additional $30,000 on a set date and time, so you know that we're serious. And so it says additional earnest money deposit made payable and delivered to the escrow agent named in paragraph 1F no later than 5 p.m. on. Well, the most common date that you put in there would be the day after your due diligence date. And as I said, what that could basically tell the seller is like, hey, listen, as long as we get through due diligence, you have nothing to worry about. Because we'll put an extra $30,000 in an escrow account to show you we're serious after we get through due diligence. But this is a time is of the essence concept. What does that mean? Time is of the essence. That's
It
right.
needs to be done by that
Yes,
time.
sir.
Means no ifs, ands, buts, or coconuts, folks. The time is the time is the time. The date is the date is the date. Which means if you do not deliver it when it's supposed to, you could arguably be in breach of contract again. So it is due by 5 p.m. on whatever date you negotiated, and it is only utilizing what we call immediately available funds. Personal check is not an option. It has to be immediately available funds. I'll tell you the other reason people sometimes utilize additional earnest money. Let's say that somebody has the cash, they're purchasing a new home, but they're doing something like cashing out a 401k or selling some stock options or something, and they may not have that money right now. So they may say something like, okay, well, I'll give you, $5,000 in due diligence, and I'll give you $1,000 in earnest money, but once my 401k gets cashed out, I'll give you an additional $10,000 in earnest money. It's just a negotiation thing. It's not a requirement. So some people use it, some people don't. So let's say that as we're filling this out, we're not using it. Strike throughs are NA. Loan assumption, nope. Seller financing, nope. Building deposit, nope. So this last piece is the balance. What is left to pay after everything that you've already said you were going to pay? So due diligence and earnest money is $10,000. So what you would put in here is $390. Now some of you may have firms that have programs that automatically tally this up for you. Some of you may have to do it manually. Here's a word of advice if you have to do it manually. Sometimes, and this is a big mistake the new agents make. You know how I know this? I made it when I was a new agent. Been there, done that. So you'll send an offer over like this, and then you'll end up negotiating, and they'll say, no, we want $10,000 and $10,000. And so when you come to terms on that, the biggest thing that a lot of new agents forget is they'll change the $10,000 and the $10,000, but then they'll forget to change the total to now $380,000. So make sure that this always nets correctly if you've changed the terms. And of course, the strike throughs are the sloppy way of doing it. It is legally adequate, but most of the times we just rewrite it in dot loop and then resend it. So you wouldn't have all these strike throughs. I'm just trying to teach you a point here. So as we go along here, we've already read this big provision. The due diligence money is due on the effective date. The earnest money is due within 5 days of the effective date. And you can be in big old trouble if you don't deliver them on time. So remember, if they're not delivered on time, the seller has to provide you written notice of your failure to deliver them and give you 1 banking day after that written notice. And if you still haven't delivered them in immediately available funds at that point, they can terminate for your breach of contract and would be entitled to go after both the due diligence and the earnest money. Now, this little note deals with the Zelle, Cash App, Venmo discussion. If the parties agree that the buyer will pay any fee or deposit described above by electronic or wire transfer, seller agrees to cooperate in effecting such transfer, including the establishment of any necessary account and providing any necessary information to buyer. Provided, however, buyer shall be responsible for additional costs, if any, associated with such transfer. I'll tell you the big thing that you have to have a discussion on, folks. Number one, if your clients aren't comfortable using Zelle or Cash App or Venmo, don't use it. Certified checks from the bank still work beautifully, okay? Just go get that. But here's the thing you have to be aware of. If they are going to use it, technically the due diligence is not available immediately. If you transfer it, it's in their account immediately, but they actually charge you a service fee to put it into your bank account from your Zelle or Venmo account immediately. So just make sure everybody's aware of that so that nobody screams a breach because they can't cash it out immediately. So let's say you send $600 in due diligence. I think it's like a 10% fee. They'd have to pay $60 to cash it out that day. Or it would take 2 to 3 days and there'd be no cost. So before you ever do it, make sure we're all aware of that. Earnest money deposit. So the initial earnest money deposit, the additional earnest money deposit, and any other earnest monies paid or required to be paid in connection with this transaction, collectively referred to as earnest money deposit, shall be deposited promptly and held in the escrow by the escrow agent. The earnest money deposit will be credited to the buyer at closing or dispersed as required by this contract. So as long as the buyer goes to closing, earnest money is a single entry buyer credit. Okay? As long as it goes to closing, it's a single entry buyer credit. Because the attorney or whoever's been holding it, they say, here, we've been holding this, have it back. So right here is where we name the escrow agent. Who is going to be holding that money? Now be aware that the escrow agent could be the buyer's firm, could be the seller's firm, could be the attorney. Typically, we're utilizing the attorney in today's day and age, but please understand that when you put the attorney, that is not necessarily where we're stating who the closing attorney is. It's kind of implied, but the whole point of this section is just saying who's holding the money. Now, folks, based on the conversations we've had thus far, if a buyer was to terminate the contract after the due diligence period, who is legally entitled to the earnest money?
Seller.
Seller. We know this. The contract states this about 1,000 different ways. But this is very important to understand. We cannot give the money to anybody, even though we know who's supposed to get it, because this contract is very thorough. But we can't give it to anybody unless all parties agree. And that's what this states. In the event of a dispute between seller and buyer over the disposition of the earnest money deposit held in escrow, a licensed real estate broker is required by state law, an escrow agent, if not a broker, hereby agrees to retain the earnest money deposit in the escrow agent's trust or escrow account until the escrow agent has obtained a written release from the parties consenting to its disposition or until disbursement is ordered by a court of competent jurisdiction. Alternatively, if a broker or an attorney licensed to practice law in North Carolina is holding the earnest money deposit, the broker or attorney may deposit the disputed monies with the appropriate clerk of court in accordance with the provisions of North Carolina General Statute 93A-12. So it doesn't matter who we know is supposed to get it. If they don't agree, we have to just keep holding it until they all agree, until Judge Judy tells us who to give it to, or until we get tired of holding it and then we can deposit it with the clerk of court and say, go deal with them. Those are our options.
That's only for this month. They do diligence money. You can.
Sorry, Phil, you lagged a little bit. I think your question was that's only for earnest money, right? Due diligence money is different. Is that what your question was? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, earnest money. Now, here's the thing. I'll tell you something interesting here. This is only for earnest money because it's being held in escrow. And, of course, we need this release for all parties. But I'll tell you the interesting thing about due diligence money. Even though, yet again, we know who it's supposed to go to, there is a similar kind of rule with due diligence. I didn't make you do it, but there's an activity on the do we have a contract exercise that deals with due diligence. So let me just explain what happens. Let's say that you, as a buyer's agent, hand over the due diligence check to the listing agent. And the listing agent still has that due diligence check in their possession. Well, let's say that your buyer drives over to the listing agent's firm and says, give me my check back. The agent would have to give that buyer their check back. If it's still in the possession of a broker, we have to follow the instructions of the person who wrote the check. We all know that if a contract was formed, the seller is legally entitled to it. But we are not going to withhold this check from the person who wrote it. They can deal with that in court. So that is the one kind of special thing about due diligence. If somebody was to ever demand that check back before it made it to the seller, an agent would be obligated to give it back to the buyer regardless of whom that agent represents. And then they would have to just hash it out in court. Yeah. Now, this other note here says that you can have an interest-bearing trust account. You would need to disclose it as an interest-bearing trust account, and you would need to make it clear who the interest is going to. Are we keeping the interest? Are we, dispersing the interest? Either is fine as long as you disclose it. This next part talks about the effective date. Now, folks, this effective date should sound pretty familiar based on the discussions we had in the basic contract law section. So the effective date is the date that one, the last one of buyer and seller has signed or initialed this offer or final counter offer, if any, and two, such signing or initialing is communicated to the party making the offer or counteroffer as the case may be. The parties acknowledge and agree that the initial lines at the bottom of each page of this contract are merely evidence of their having reviewed the terms of each page, and that the complete execution of such initial lines shall not be a condition of the effectiveness of this agreement. The parties further acknowledge that the effectiveness of this contract is not contingent on buyer's payment of any earnest money deposit or due diligence fee. See paragraphs 1D for seller's remedy for any untimely delivered or dishonored funds. So this is where I told you, even though they haven't been delivered, you are still very much under contract in regard to due diligence and earnest money, albeit you may be in breach. And then the other thing to be aware of, folks, if you ever have a situation where you send an offer over and your buyer has changed their minds and it turns into a contract, and then you realize that one of the sellers didn't sign here, and then you're like, oh wait, no, we don't have a contract, they didn't initial there. Yeah, you do. So that little provision says that it doesn't matter whether they initialed any of these pages. Even if they skipped all the initial lines on this page, you still have a contract as long as they signed it at the last page and communicated it. These initial lines are a formality only as an acknowledgement that they saw that page. Now, of course, your compliance department for your real estate firm, they will lose their minds if these aren't initialed. Terry already knows what I'm talking about. They'll be like, Terry, can you please get that signed in? We need the signatures on this one, this one, this one, this one. They will lose their minds. So you're still under contract even if somebody misses an initial. Now, the initials on counter offers would be paramount. They'd be important. But these don't. These aren't. Still get them signed though. So the effective date, signed and communicated. Due diligence, buyer's opportunity to investigate the property and the transaction contemplated by this contract, including but not necessarily limited to the matters described in paragraph 4 below, to decide whether the buyer in the buyer's sole discretion will proceed with or terminate the transaction. So here's where we get into the specifics of some of the due diligence discussions. Okay, so the due diligence fee, a negotiated amount, if any, paid by the buyer to the seller with this contract for the buyer's right to terminate the contract for any reason or no reason during the due diligence period. It shall be the property of the seller upon the effective date and shall be a credit to the buyer at closing. Folks, that means if it's $5,000, that check goes straight to the seller. The seller puts it in their bank account and they can do whatever they want with that $5,000 when they get it. However, they should leave it in their bank account if they're smart. Why? Because if the seller breaches, they owe that money back. If other certain things happen, they would owe that money back. And then as long as the buyer goes to closing, they get a credit back at closing from the seller's proceeds. So even if they don't have to give it back to the buyer due to a breach or anything like that, it's basically just a cash advance on their proceeds. If you get a $50,000 due diligence check, that's great. But you're going to get $50,000 less in proceeds on the day of closing. It's not extra money. It's just an advance on the money that you would keep if they terminated. So maybe suggest that your sellers don't go blow it on something. They should just put it in their bank account and treat it as their money. Because it ultimately will be as long as the buyer goes to closing. So remember, due diligence is a double entry item on the closing disclosure. Seller debit, taking it back from the seller, buyer credit. Seller debit, buyer credit for due diligence. The due diligence fee shall be non-refundable except in the event of a material breach of this contract by seller, or if this contract is terminated under paragraph 23B or is otherwise provided in any addendum hereto. Buyer and seller each expressly waive any right that they may have to deny the right to conduct due diligence or to assert any defense as to the enforceability of this contract based on the absence or alleged insufficiency of any due diligence fee, it being the intent of the parties to create a legally binding contract for the purchase and sale of the property without regard to the existence or amount of any due diligence fee. So even with $0, with $1, with $2, you would still have a contract. Now, would a seller be stupid to accept an offer with $0? Sure, but there's a time and a place for it. You're still under contract. So the due diligence period, the period beginning on the effective date and extending through 5 p.m. on whatever date we negotiate. Now, last week I told you, before you put any dates on this thing, pull out a calendar. If you put 2 days on this, you're dumb. What the hell is the point of a 2-day due diligence period? Because by the time they accept your offer, your due diligence period is over. Don't do that. Now, there is no standard, if you will. However, I will tell you, historically speaking, if we are in a very amenable negotiated contract, what we like to see as a buyer, 3 weeks. For our buyers, 3 weeks, 21 days. Because 21 days is typically enough time to bring in all the inspectors, evaluate the inspections, bring in secondary inspectors if we need to, and negotiate your DDRA prior to the end of your due diligence period under normal circumstances. If it's a 100 to 200-year-old property or a distressed property, I probably want longer than that because I have more inspections just to make sure that there's no foundation issues, that there's no asbestos, that there's no this, there's no that. And then, of course, if it's a relatively newer house and you want to entice your offer, less than 3 weeks, maybe just enough time to do a basic home inspection, a week or two. But just be smart about what you're putting in there. The other thing to be aware of, folks, is the due diligence date is the due diligence date, and it is a time is of the essence concept. So that means that you have until 5 p.m. on whatever date you negotiate. So let's say that it was today, March 11th. Folks, if you were to terminate at 4:59 p.m. today, you get your earnest money back. If you were to terminate at 5:01 p.m. today, you have forfeit your earnest money. That is what we mean by time is of the essence. That 1 minute can make the difference. There is no wiggle room. Also, please be aware that the date and time is in the fine state of North Kakalaki. So if you're ever on vacation out of town and in a different time zone, you better know how to calculate your time zone differences or let Google help you. Because if you're like, oh, wait a second, I'm in California. It's only 2 o'clock right now. Sorry, Slick. It's 5 here. You done messed up, AA Ron. It is based on North Kakalaki time. Now, of course, could you negotiate an extension on your due diligence period? Yeah. If all parties agree, you can move it out. It's not a given, but you could ask for it. Settlement, the proper execution and delivery to the closing attorney of all documents necessary to complete the transaction contemplated by this contract, including the deed, settlement statement, deed of trust, and other loan conveyance documents. That's the meeting, right, where everybody goes to sign their paperwork and make sure everything is present to do the closing. The settlement date is a negotiated term. If you are doing a standard closing time period, it's typically 45 days from the contract date. Of course, cash deals can close in as little as 2 weeks, sometimes way faster than that, but on average 2 weeks. Of course, 30 days is very possible. So just make sure that everybody's on the same page as to what the closing date is and why. And also make sure that that is going to coincide with any rate locks you may want or have with lenders. Make sure that it's not going to fall on a holiday. Make sure that you've looked at the calendar for the settlement date. Closing, we talked about in the activity, the 4 steps leading up to closing. Settlement, everybody signing, the recordation of the deed, the authorization to disperse funds, all of that fun-filled jazz. Special assessments, we've talked about. I told you it comes up in a couple different places. Special assessments, the seller is responsible for confirmed. Special assessments, the buyer is taking possession under the presumption that any proposed could come into play. So those are their problem. The fixtures and exclusions, we've already talked about this in great detail, folks. On the listing agreement, that's our opportunity to have this discussion with our sellers. On the contract that we're looking at right now, this is the place for the buyers and sellers to have conversations about the fixtures, the personal property, the exclusions. Anything that's a fixture that the seller wants to take with them needs to get put in here as an exclusion. Anything that's personal property that the buyer wants the seller to leave for them needs to get put in here as something that conveys at closing. So you need to be very aware of what's in this list so you don't make silly mistakes with things like hot tubs. Now let me give you some really good advice. If you look right here under the personal property section, this is where you would ask for the refrigerator, the washer, the dryer, whatever it is you want. And of course I told you, make it stupid proof. Put in the model number, the serial number, tell us where it is, describe it, okay? Just make sure that there's no confusion. Now I want to talk about this note right here, and I'm going to give you some really real world advice. Trust me, trust me, trust me. Any personal property that will be a part of the sale should be identified in this paragraph. Buyer is advised to consult with buyer's lender to assure that the personal property items listed above can be included in this contract. Let me explain what that means. The common ones that we put in here, refrigerator, washer, dryer, your lender is going to be fine with those. But folks, you can negotiate a lot of different things. I have negotiated lawnmowers. I have negotiated custom bar stools, patio furniture, air compressors, workout equipment. You can negotiate, and what, boats? Boats, yeah. Yeah, so you can negotiate just about anything. Now, of course, your lender is not going to like anything outside of refrigerator, washer, and dryer. I promise they're not. But listen to me. Right here, right now. Forget your lender for a second. If you want it to be part of the contract, you put it here. Trust me. Even if it's the Bugatti in the garage. And let me explain why. Your lender is not going to like it on there. And so what will ultimately happen is they will want these items to be on a bill of sale. And so if you leave them off here, no seller is going to sign a bill of sale before this contract is signed. Because typically it's going to say something like, you know, they will sell it at closing for the value of $1 upon the sale of the property. So here's what you do. If you want the patio furniture, if you want the lawnmower, if you want the special stuff, you put it in here. And once you get under contract, everybody has signed and agreed to it. Then you go to your attorney, have them draft up a bill of sale for these items. And you have everybody sign this bill of sale stating that this will be conveyed to the buyer at the value or the cost of $1 at closing. It has to be $1 because it has to have consideration. And once you have the bill of sale signed, then you turn around and you come back to the contract, and where you put the lawnmower, just put a strike through and have everybody initial and date. And your lender will be fine with that. The reason you do this, folks, if you get under contract and this is blank, and all you have is an oral agreement saying that they're going to leave you the lawnmower, after you get under contract and you go to them and you say, hey, I got that bill of sale for you to sign saying that I get the lawnmower, they're going to be like, the what? You can say the lawnmower we negotiated as part of the contract. They're going to say, I don't remember that. No, I never promised you a lawnmower. Now you're under contract and you're screwed. You see what happens there? You put it in the contract.
Seth, question. Go ahead, Phil.
I bought a house. My wife and I bought a house, and we bought the furniture and a boat and a jet ski. And so what I did is we just had him reduce the price on the real estate contract and simultaneously sign both the bill of sale and at the same time. They prepared them together.
And that is possible if you've got it where the attorney will draft it all up. The problem is, though, a lot of sellers will not sign the bill of sale at the same time unless the verbiage is very specific. This is going to be sold to you upon successful closing. Because if they just sign a bill of sale stating that they're going to sell you all their furniture in the house and then you terminate the real estate contract, if the verbiage isn't correct, they could still be legally obligated to sell you all of their personal property. So they're very apprehensive to sign that at the same time. They typically like it while you're under contract, and the verbiage has to be very specific on you're only getting sold this as long as you actually do buy the house. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah. What you got, Steve?
You said I believe you draft a bill of sale for it has to be of consideration for $1, right?
Yep.
So that's under the premise that there isn't a fair value for those items. Let's say that, I wanted to sell the patio furniture for $300 and the exercise equipment, etc. I'm going to sell those for what they're worth and put that in the bill of sale, right?
Correct. Absolutely. So yeah, so I love that clarity. So I'll give you a real world example of that. If they're wanting to just give it to you as part of the transaction, then it will just say for $1 because there needs to be consideration for that contract to be valid. But sometimes I just had this exact same thing that you said. I had clients who were buying a house actually in my neighborhood. I helped them last year or the year before. And the seller said, hey, we're selling a couple items in the house, like this TV, like this furniture, like whatever. Are you interested in it? We'll give you a deal on it if you are, since we don't have to move it. And my buyer said, yeah, let's talk about how much. And so they came up with, like $300 for this TV, $200 for this workout equipment, $300 for this. And so that was what was put on the bill of sale. $785, paid for TV, couch, this, that, or the other. So if you're actually coming up with a negotiated price like that, yeah, you're going to put the real price on it. That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. Good clarity. So always put it on here first though, right? If it's something that's going to be conveyed at no cost, right? That's not going to be something that we're negotiating after the fact, something that's part of the contract, put it on here, and then you can get it moved to a bill of sale and remove it, and your lender will be okay with that. And as I said, I've negotiated $3,000 worth of patio furniture. I had these clients, which this is terrible. I have clients who bought in Clayton, and their house had this really awesome bar upstairs in the bonus room. It was a beautiful brick house in Clayton. And this was several years ago, and they got a really good price on it at the time. And so that house is probably, I think I helped them buy it for $300,000. It would probably easily sell for $550,000 now. So they were an older couple, and they bought it, because they had downsized, thought that maybe they downsized too much, and then so they bought this house and upsized. And so all I can think about is like if they ever want to sell, I would like to make them an offer on that property, because like looking back on it, I really love that house. But I negotiated some bar stools for them that were, custom made for that bar, leather bound. I mean, they were just gorgeous bar stools. And so you put them on here and you're very specific. And I think the lender balked at it. And of course we had it moved to a bill of sale thereafter. So I don't care what your lender says, you put it on this paper first. Once you get it moved to a bill of sale, you can remove it. Otherwise, there's no guarantee that you're going to get it. Only what's in the contract is part of the contract. Trying to negotiate afterwards can screw you over. Now, I'll point out a couple other things that we discussed a little bit, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. When we're dealing with any of this personal property, the fixtures that are staying or the personal properties that's not, it does talk about unpairing data from devices. And I can't remember if I told you all this story or not yet. That's the downside of teaching multiple classes simultaneously. Sometimes you just got to think of me like your grandpa, okay? Sometimes I tell you the same story over and over, and you just do like grandpa. You just smile and nod and pretend it's the first time you heard it and say, okay, grandpa, right? Or if I've never told it to you and I say, remember when I told you this? And I've never told it to you before, you say, okay, grandpa. Either way, so here's the story. I had clients who I helped them sell a house and buy another one in pretty close proximity. And so they told me a story one time about how they were driving past the house. And you know how like your cars, some of the newer cars, you can like have it where it programs a button to work with your garage so you don't need a garage door opener. And so they were driving past the house, and I guess I never really clarified that they needed to delete all that stuff. So they were driving past the house, and just out of curiosity, as they were driving past, I'm like, I wonder if this still works. And they pushed the button, and their old house, the garage door started opening, and they're like, oh crap, and they pushed it back. And I was like, listen, don't you ever do that again. These poor people probably just called a damn exorcist to burn some sage in their house because they think this place is haunted now because the garage just mysteriously opened and closed. So make sure that they delete. You should not have access to any Wi-Fi or security devices or garage door or key codes or anything like that. That's what that's talking about here. And then the other thing to be aware of is even if you negotiate removing stuff, we talked about this last week with like the surface mounting brackets. Folks, there is a provision in here that says that the seller must repair any damage caused by the removal of any of the items excluded above. So be very careful about what you're excluding because you're obligated to repair it. So that's why I told you, it is way cheaper to just buy a new TV mount at your next house versus having to repair those lag bolts and the holes from taking it out. The other thing is, if you are a buyer's agent and your buyer is okay with them taking things, you better have a conversation on what they're going to replace it with. Yeah, you can take your chandelier, but put a new one up for me. Yeah, you can take your doorbell, but put another one up for me. And be very specific on which type of doorbell, be very specific on which type of chandelier. Best place to put that, the additional provisions addendum. Yes, I understand you're going to take this. Please replace it with model number SP56772. Make sure you clarify that. Don't leave any ambiguities in the contract. So that's where it says use the additional provisions addendum if you've got a specific request. Buyer's due diligence. Folks, of course, the due diligence period is very important in North Carolina. It is the right to investigate the property to determine in their sole outlook, if you will, whether they want to move forward on the purchase of the property or not. And so this due diligence period says the buyer can terminate the contract for any reason or no reason. It says that you could ask for an extension, but you're not obligated. So you may want to make sure that everything's good before the end of your due diligence period so you don't risk your earnest money. Now, this next little section deals with things that may be pertinent or important for you to review during your due diligence period. Now, there's one of them in here that drives me absolutely bonkers, and I don't remember if I've talked about it with y'all or not yet, but I'll see if you can figure it out. So loan makes sense. During the due diligence period, buyer at buyer's expense shall be entitled to pursue qualification for and approval of the loan, if any. Sure. This is where we said there's no appraisal contingency, no financing contingency, no nothing. So you got to make sure that it appraises, make sure that you're good with closing on it. And actually, I'll go off on a tangent before I teach you the other thing that I want to teach you. There are agents, and listen, I hope it's none of you in this room. There are agents who will put in offers way above asking price with the sole intention of knowing that it's not going to appraise and trying to talk the sellers back down after it doesn't appraise. Folks, do not ever use that as a strategy, and let me explain why. If I'm a listing agent and you send me an offer way above list price where I know that there's going to potentially be appraisal issues, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to say, hey, your offer looks great. So if the appraisal does not come back to your offer, do you have the money to make up the difference? What are you intending to do? What are you going to ask us to do? And if you say, yep, we got the cash and we will make up the difference, great. That's a great offer. If you say something like, well, we don't have the cash to make up the difference, and so we'll just cross that bridge when we get there. Nope. No, we won't. Because you promised to pay that price, you're going to pay that price. So please understand that we're not going to renegotiate with you, and you will lose all your due diligence money. So don't ever be an agent that puts in that offer thinking they'll be able to talk them down. If you promise to pay a price, you got to pay a price. Nobody has to come down for you. Now, of course, listing agent, buyer's agent, everybody needs to understand this on what might happen before we go under contract. So there's a little extra tangent for you. So here's where we get into the other one that drives me nuts, okay? Property investigation makes good sense, in my opinion, okay? Always home inspection, at minimum. Pest inspection also. Pest inspections are like $90. Termites are prevalent in North Carolina. It is one of the best inspections you'll ever get. General home inspection tells you if you have any other underlying issues that may need to be investigated. So always those two. If you've got a septic, always get a septic inspection because those are typically high dollar items if they need repairs. If you got a well, maybe have the water tested or have the well inspected. And then everything else would kind of stem from those, in my opinion. Surveys are a good idea, which is listed down below, not necessarily an investigation or inspection. But sometimes if the HVAC is really old, we'll have an HVAC inspection. Sometimes we'll have a structural engineer come out and look at cracks, and so you would supplement depending on those. But at minimum, home inspection passed. If there's septic, always septic. If there's well, always well. Those are all really good ideas. So here's where this drives me bonkers, okay? After the inspections, it talks about review of documents. I'm going to read this line to you, and then I'm going to look at you, and I'm going to see if you can figure out what part of this drives me nuts. So, a review of documents. This says review of the declaration of restrictive covenants, bylaws, articles of incorporation, rules and regulations, and other governing documents of any applicable owners association and or subdivision. So I'm just going to stop there. Why do you think that section drives me absolutely bonkers as a real estate educator and agent?
That should have been done before the contract was agreed to.
Thank you, Terry. Lord have mercy, folks. Imagine the stupidity. If you're helping Becky buy a house and she needs a house where she can have her 30 chickens, and she's now under contract in her due diligence period, and you're just now looking at the restrictive covenants to make sure Becky can have her chickens, you are a dang fool. Because if you put $5,000 in due diligence, you just cost Becky $5,000 in due diligence when she realizes she can't have the chickens. You should look at that before you ever put an offer in if there's something of consequence to your buyer. Do not wait for the due diligence period. Folks, I just showed you how to look up restrictive covenants. How long did that take? 3 minutes? Yeah. Don't you ever wait until you're under contract to look at the restrictive covenants. What you got, Phil?
Question. So I'm assuming you're under contract, but you have a due diligence period. So, and if you negotiated 21 days, if you could get it done in 2 days, you'd be fine, right?
Hold on. What do you mean?
Reviewing documents. So you said don't ever go under contract before reviewing the documents.
Think about it. 2 days, if you negotiate a 21-day period, whether you terminate in 2 days, whether you terminate on day 20, you have still lost your due diligence money.
Why?
That's how due diligence money works. Due diligence money is money given to the seller to have the right to investigate the property, to decide whether in your sole discretion you want to move forward with or terminate the contract. You never get due diligence money back if you terminate. Ever.
Okay.
You see how that's important?
Even if I terminate before the due diligence periods?
Never. The due diligence money
back, right?
you
terminate prior to due diligence expiration.
The only thing you were slated to get back is earnest money if you terminate prior to the end of the due diligence period. Due diligence money, remember when we looked at this fee, the due diligence fee, a negotiated amount, if any, paid by buyer to seller with this contract for the buyer's right to terminate the contract for any reason or no reason during the period. It shall be the property of the seller upon the effective date and shall be a credit to buyer at closing. The due diligence fee shall be non-refundable, except in the event of a material breach of this contract by the seller. You do not get it back for any termination unless the seller breaches. So what I'm telling you is, if I'm helping Becky buy a house and I know Becky has 20 chickens and she absolutely needs a house where she can have her chickens, and I let her get under contract to buy your house, Phil, and your restrictive covenant say no chickens, and I gave you $2,000 in due diligence money, or Becky did, we look at the restrictive covenants while we're under contract, and she says, oh no, I can't have my chickens. We're going to terminate, and you get to keep that $2,000 because of our stupidity and lack of looking at this the restrictive covenants before we put in the offer. So that's why things that you can figure out that are important to your client before you go under contract, do it. You're not going to be able to do a full-fledged inspection under most circumstances before you go under contract, but you can look at restrictive covenants. They're public record. It took 3 minutes to find them. So that's why that section drives me nuts. Don't wait until then to look at the HOA bylaws, rules, regulations, or restrictive covenants. Do it before you go under contract. That's one of the things that you can easily do before you get under contract. Shouldn't be waiting until after under contract and risking that money.
Seth, I had a question for you on the restrictive covenants and our position as agents. I know, for example, in new construction, when people come in and they're asking specific questions, we definitely refer them to the HOA, the management group, and really stay out of it so that we're not interpreting them in any way, etc. Is that what you typically advise?
Yes, so that's a great question. Folks, understand that if there is very specific language or verbiage within that we are not allowed to interpret, as Steve said. However, there are some things that are very straightforward. Let me give you an example, okay? I've still got this pulled up. So let's say that my client, Becky, wanted to buy in Langston Ridge subdivision. And so I knew that Becky needed chickens. I'm going to find these covenants. There they are. I'm going to download them and I'm going to send them to Becky. However, because it's a very specific thing that Becky's looking for, and of course I'm well versed in this compared to Becky, I'm probably going to skim this. Now watch what happens. If I go down to this section right about here, right here. No animals, livestock, or poultry of any kind shall be raised, bred, or kept on any lot except dogs, cats, or other household pets, which are not dangerous or kept, bred, or maintained for commercial purposes. Now, folks, you don't have to be an attorney to know that no poultry means no chickens. Last time I checked, chickens are delicious, delicious poultry. So that's not interpretation. If it's something like that, I can help her. But if it's something like operating a home business and there's some ambiguity, if there's 5,000 pages, we're not going to take full liability and say, hey, we're going to read this line by line for you and tell you what you can and can't do. But we do need to help you find the big items. We need to help you navigate this. And at the end of the day, if we can't figure it out, we're going to say you might want to consult an attorney to ensure that you can do what you want to do based on these restrictive covenants. But it would be dependent on how specific or not we were looking. We just don't want to open ourselves up to that additional liability, right? And never any interpretation of law. Can't do it. We're not attorneys. It's funny. I always show people how to look these up. I will show you because, the maps kind of screwed me up for Wake County, but the Register of Deeds for Wake County is pretty straightforward. So if you look at Wake County Register of Deeds, it works very similarly to find these restrictive covenants. You can just search real estate records. Search. I always like to use a subdivision that I'm familiar with because as opposed to guessing, I can just know the ones that are in there. So if Becky was trying to buy in, what is it called, Sterlingworth. Here's an interesting thing. Here are the restrictive covenants for this neighborhood in Wake County. And so she wanted to put an offer. The last one in Langston Ridge, that didn't work out. So now we're putting an offer in on this one, or we're going to, but we're going to check these restrictive covenants. Well, here we go. We got these restrictive covenants coming up. So here's the restrictive covenants for Sterlingworth. And so we're going to scroll through. And we're going to find pets and animals. Let me see if I can zoom in here. I think it's down here. No animals, livestock, or poultry of any kind shall be raised, bred, or kept. If you haven't noticed, there is default verbiage that the attorneys use, and so it's very similarly mirrored. So yet again, it says no poultry. Oh no, Becky shouldn't buy in this neighborhood either. Although I'll tell you something interesting, folks. This one, if you keep scrolling, duration of covenants. These covenants will run with and be binding on all parties owning lots herein until December 31st of 2025, at which time they will expire. Well, Becky, listen, if you keep those chickens hidden for a year and 3/4, you ain't gonna have to worry about it no more, are you? Because them covenants is about to expire, Becky. So if you think you can keep them 30 chickens hush-hush, you might be okay. Now, I would never advise that because it would still be in violation up until that point. But do you see, sometimes these things are straightforward. Oh, these expire at a certain date and time.
Covenants expire?
The covenants expire. I know, isn't that weird?
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Uh-huh. The developer can put whatever they want in here. So this developer basically just decided that that this neighborhood was built, when was it built? 98? Nope, that's not it. 95. So they recorded these in 1995, and so what they decided is, you know, however many years, good Lord, 30 years from now, they're like, we don't really care. So all hell breaks loose at that point. We don't care. We're out. They probably since retired. And so they basically said, go nuts. Now understand that the homeowners could, if they decided to, go and have new covenants recorded against with a majority vote within the neighborhood. But sometimes they will put expirations in here. Sometimes they will say that, you know, the neighborhood can make changes with majority votes. It just depends on the developer. So that is not a common thing to put in an expiration. They just happen to. So I always find it very fascinating, which is why I like to throw these covenants into the mix of these discussions. So, of course, the other things that you're going to check during due diligence, insurance, folks, if you are not aware of this, just like every single one of you has a CLUE report, which is your comprehensive loss and underwriting exchange report, basically your insurance report. Homes have them too. So let me ask you this. If you rear end somebody today, you get your car fixed, and then rear end somebody the week after you get your car fixed, and then rear end somebody again, and then rear end somebody again, and then rear end somebody again, what's going to happen to you and your insurance? Jaleesa said it's gonna go up. There you go. Early said that they're gonna pull a Snoop Dogg and they're gonna drop you like you're hot. Drop you like you're hot. Folks, they are not going to insure you anymore because they consider you no longer a safe investment. You are too risky, and you will not be able to get insurance from anybody except for a crazy, crazy insurance company who is going to deal with high-risk people, and it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. Same thing is true of houses. If a house has multiple claims against it, it is considered a higher risk to insure, and it sometimes costs more, or sometimes standard insurance policies will not cover it. So you need to make sure during your due diligence that you can get insurance on the property. The way that you do that, call your insurance company. They'll be able to look up the CLUE report. You want to make sure that the appraisal gets done during the due diligence and that it comes back good so we can have discussions on it. The survey, if you want to have one, you want to make sure that's good so we can have discussions on it prior to due diligence. Making sure that the zoning and regulations meet what your client's needs, wants, and desires are. Making sure there's not any floodplains, doesn't need to have any flood insurance. Making sure that you have the utilities. Now this is big, especially for new construction. Make sure you can get electric. Make sure you can get water. Make sure you can get good internet. That's one that people take for granted. Are you going to have Starlink because you're out in the boonies, or can you get Spectrum? Is Spectrum 10 days away? Do you get Ting? Do you get, you need to know during due diligence, are you going to have all these utilities or not? Are the street roads, do you have public right-of-way access, or are all your roads private? Are there any special assessments? We need to make sure that we know that during due diligence, because confirmed are the responsibility of the seller, proposed are the responsibility of the buyer. Now, this is just a quick reference, and it does have another place where it circles back around in regard to this, but it says seller lease of existing property. As noted in paragraph 5B, unless otherwise provided in an addendum, this contract is not conditioned upon the sale/lease or closing of any other property owned by buyer. Therefore, if buyer must sell or lease other real property in order to qualify for a new loan or to otherwise complete the purchase of the property, Buyers should seek to close on buyer's other property prior to the end of the due diligence period, or be reasonably satisfied that closing on the buyer's other property will take place prior to the settlement date of this contract. Well, what that means is, for informational purposes, there is a place to tell us if you have one to sell or not. But it still doesn't make this contract conditioned on it. If you terminate, you will lose due diligence money. If you terminate after the due diligence period, you will lose both due diligence and earnest money. So that's just a note on, even if you have one to sell and you reference it later, it's not contingent upon that. We talked about the repair and improvement section. Not obligated to make any repairs. Can negotiate it though. Typically, we want that to happen during the due diligence period prior to the end of due diligence. Buyer's obligations to repair damage. What this basically means is that in the midst of doing your due diligence, your inspections or otherwise, if you cause damage to the seller's property, you may be liable for repairing the property. And that's where it said that the seller can go after the buyer for damage to the home. So let me explain what this means. If you go in there as a buyer and you're walking through the attic and you step through the roof and put a hole in the ceiling, you got to pay for it. Okay, that's your problem. If your home inspector does it, your home inspector has to pay for it. That's their problem. Now, what it goes on to say is that if it's in the regular course of a inspection as deemed by the inspector licensure board, then you may not be obligated to repair that. So be very careful with your home inspector. If your home inspector goes out there with, you know, what they love to do, they love to take their flathead screwdrivers and stab things to see if they're solid or not. Yeah. One stick, you're not obligated to repair that. But if you got that crazy home inspector that goes out there, oh, this is just rotting away. It's just rotten. He's just like ripping off the whole siding. Somebody might have to fix that, because even though it may not have been in good sound condition, that's not a standard inspection to just rip off all these panels of siding or otherwise. So same thing too, if you're having a septic inspection and they cut up some sod from your yard, they're going to hopefully do their best to try to put it back, but they're not obligated to have your yard resodded or anything like that. So we will pick up, I'll give you the couple extra minutes for lunch today. We're going to pick up on the indemnity section whenever we come back, but y'all go take your lunch break, come back at 12:30, whoop, whoop, and we'll keep on keeping on. So let's pick back up in the offer to purchase and contract. And we will have some more discussions. So hopefully, I believe you can all still see my screen. We left off talking about the buyer's obligations to repair damage. Of course, if they damage the property in any way, shape, and form in the midst of inspections, what we're talking about, they may be obligated to repair it. The indemnity piece is basically a disclaimer. It says, don't try to go after the seller if you get hurt on the property while you're doing your due diligence and stuff. That's on you, boo-boo. However, it does say that you could go after them due to gross negligence of the seller. In other words, if you were at their house doing an inspection and you fall down the stairs, you can't come after them. If you were at their house and they just happen to leave a bear trap laying out under a blanket and you step in that, yeah, you can come after them, because that would be gross negligence on their part, okay? So that's what that's saying in that indemnity section. This next one is the buyer's right to terminate. That goes hand in hand with the due diligence. Provided that buyer has delivered any agreed upon due diligence fee, buyer shall have the right to terminate this contract for any reason or no reason by delivering to seller written notice of termination, called the termination notice during the due diligence period, or any agreed upon written extension of the due diligence period, time being of the essence. If buyer timely delivers a termination notice, this contract shall be terminated and the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to buyer. So, of course, if you don't deliver it, you don't have that right to terminate, which is why the seller can terminate and go after you for all that money. But as long as you delivered them on time, you have that right to terminate during your due diligence period. Now, this is where I told you too. If you don't like something during your final walkthrough, the biggest power you have is delaying closing. Because this provision right here, it says closing shall constitute acceptance of the property in its then existing condition, unless provision is otherwise made in writing. Now, I'll tell you, there are some times that we will elect to go to closing, and then we'll have a supplemental document that states that something will happen after closing. But just like with any other contract, If people do not fulfill that supplemental document, your only recourse is going after them in a court. And if you're not willing to do that, then it doesn't really help you a whole lot either. There have been several times where we've negotiated stuff after. So for example, I think one time there was a broken window that needed to get replaced, and it wasn't going to be able to be done prior to closing. Well, as opposed to delaying closing, we had the attorney draft up a document stating that they were going to hold the money in escrow and that they was going to be replaced after closing, and then they'd be paid after. So you can ask attorneys to draft up documents that survive closing, but it would be very specific, and you, of course, still have the same risks. People still may not do what they're supposed to do, which is why you kind of leverage not closing if you can help it. Buyer representations. If we're trying to purchase with cash, buyer intends to pay cash for the property, does not intend to obtain a loan. They're only using funds from their own assets. And this is verification of cash available for settlement is or is not attached. Folks, let me give you, there's two things that are generally accepted as acceptable for verification of funds. One of which is a bank statement. Now, they do not need to put all the things on there, and they do not need to put their account number. They can block that stuff out, but their name needs to be on there. So if they send you a bank statement with their name on there that shows that they have the adequate funds in there, that would be sufficient. The other thing that we sometimes will allow or utilize is a verification of funds letter from their financial institution or their financial advisor. So what it would look like is on some financing institution letterhead, to whom it may concern, my client, such and such, has the funds available between his accounts to pay the cash for the property as contemplated by this contract, something, something, or another. Here's the problem. It is always a good idea with either of these to look at the name that's listed on there as the financial institution and to call that financial institution and verify. So if you've got a financial advisor or somebody listed on there who has signed this letter that they've sent to you, you need to find their LinkedIn account, their online presence or something. You find the phone number for that person online, not on that letter. And here's why, folks. There are loony birds out there. They're crazy for no reason. Here's another good Southern saying for you. They are nuttier than a squirrel turd, some of these folks. All right? And so if you don't look up the generic profile information for this financial advisor and call it, what you may be doing is calling this crazy person's brother who is pretending to be a financial advisor. Oh yes, this is such and such with Chase's bank. My client does in fact have $6 billion in the bank account. You don't want to call and talk to the cuckoo bird's brother. You want to call the actual financial institution and confirm that they do in fact have the funds and that this did in fact come from somebody within that institution. You cannot just take things at face value. As weird as it is to say, people will falsify letters saying that they have the money to buy houses. What's their reasoning? I don't know. They're crazy.
Would you do that as a buyer's agent and the listing agent?
Yeah. I would.
Now, there are times when you really wouldn't. In my daughter's case, she got the due diligence money, so if they didn't go through with it in 2 weeks, she was going to pocket $50,000.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, if they've got a sizable amount of due diligence, and you don't really care if they close or not, because you're going to keep that due diligence, that's a thing. But I mean, there's nefarious people out there, so who knows what their reasoning is. So you may just want to verify these funds so you know if you're wasting your time or not. And that's as a buyer's agent or otherwise, just to make sure that we're on the same page. Now, on the other side of things, if you're getting a loan, that's where this part comes into play. So buyer intends to get a loan. Tell us about it. This is the disclosure piece. Sellers have the right to know what your loan looks like, to know whether or not they want to accept that loan or not. And so we're getting a first mortgage loan, a second mortgage loan. Is it a conventional, an FHA, USDA? Now, when you're filling in these pieces right here, there are two different ways to fill out this little section. It says in the principal amount of. And so you may want to talk to your broker in charge or your firm and see which one they prefer. There's two things that are acceptable. You could, let's say you're getting an 80% loan to value ratio loan. You could take the purchase price, multiply it by 80%, and then write that in here, $320,000. The problem with that is if you continue to do negotiations back and forth, you're going to be recalculating that and reentering that every single time. So the most common thing that we put in here is just 80% LTV. And that is okay and legally acceptable, which is basically where we say we are borrowing 80% of the loan to value ratio. Or so the purchase price or the appraised value, whichever is lower. And then that way, no matter how many times we go back and forth on negotiations, that's still true. But talk to your broker in charge on which way that they prefer for you to handle it. So, any other information, buyer intends to obtain funds from the following other sources. There's a little place to put that note in there. This is that little disclaimer. It says that this is not contingent on any loans or financing contingencies. There's none of that in there. So here's this other little supplemental piece where it talks about, do you have a property to sell or not? And remember, this is not creating a contingency. This is yet again for informational purposes only. Let them know if you have a home that you have to sell, but it doesn't change the outcome of your due diligence or your earnest money. That's all this is. So buyer does or does not have to sell or lease other real property in order to qualify for a new home or to complete the purchase. And here's where you'd put the other property address. And you got a couple options here. You would check here, buyer's other property is under contract as of the date of this offer, and a copy of the contract has either been previously provided to the seller or accompanies this offer. And it says you can mark out the confidential information. It basically just states, you give them a copy so that they have proof that you are actually under contract. But you can block out all the terms of it, so then that way they know. The other option is check here if it's not under contract. And while it's not under contract, there are a couple other considerations. It either is currently listed with a real estate professional, will be listed with a real estate professional, or they're endeavoring to sell it as a for sale by owner. Yet again, this is all just disclosure. Tell us about it. So the seller can make a decision on whether or not your offer is one they want to consider. Yet again, though, it clearly states, even though you're given this information, this offer is not contingent upon the sale or lease of your other home. So whether you can or can't is irrelevant. The due diligence and the earnest money, it is what it is, what it is. Performance of buyer's obligations. Yeah, basically they're saying there's nothing that would stop them from fulfilling their financial obligations. Everybody's agreeing to that. Now, this is an important section, folks, so let's talk about this, because I told you this conversation happens in every single class. 301, 302, 303, we always talk about the Residential Property Disclosure Act, which within discusses the Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure Statement. We call that the RPODS. And the Mineral and Oil and Gas Rights Disclosure Statement, we call that the MOG. And so the Residential Property Disclosure Act says that when not exempt, or in other words, when required, the seller has to fill out those required disclosures and provide them to the buyer prior to the buyer making an offer. And if they do not, there are certain penalties that can arise. Now, folks, I want you to understand something. Remember the parole evidence rule. Only what's in the contract is part of the contract. And so there are three options when we're dealing with the RPODS or MOG. The buyer would either state this box, which says, yep, I've received it, we're all good, right? Our obligations under this disclosure has been met. We received it before making this offer. Or the buyer has not received the RPODS prior to making this offer. And then it goes on to say, and shall have the right to terminate or withdraw this contract without penalty, including a refund of any due diligence fee, prior to whichever of the following events occurs first. 1, the end of the third calendar day following receipt of the disclosure statement. 2, the end of the third calendar day following the effective date. or 3, settlement or occupancy by buyer in the case of the sale or exchange. So let me explain what this means, folks. If you were to put the RPODs and the MOG in the MLS, but then a buyer sends this offer over and they have checked this box, this is what a court of law will interpret. It is not enough for it to be in the MLS. You need to make sure that they have acknowledged that they have received it. And let me explain this right to withdraw or this right to terminate. You all understand that offers remain alive and well unless you kill them, and they can be accepted. So if you get an offer where they say, no, I have not received it, and they send that offer today on the 11th, and then your seller signs it like this and communicates acceptance, our effective date is the 11th, and so from the 11th to the 12th, 13th, 14th, they would have all the way up until the 14th to terminate, and they would get their due diligence and their earnest money back. There are 4 very specific times where the buyer is entitled to get their due diligence back. This is one of them. So breach by seller is one. Termination under the Residential Property Disclosure Act is another. We're going to talk about the other 2, but understand that this is how this flows. So I want you to explain something to you, okay? Let's say that Steve called me up. I said, Seth, I want to put an offer in on a property. I said, great, let's do it. And we put an offer in on the property, and it looks like this. The seller signs and accepts Steve's offer, and we are under contract. The next day, which is the 12th, after getting under contract, Steve picks up the phone and he calls me. He says, Seth, you want to hear something hilarious? And I said, yeah, what? And he says, we just got to laugh about this. Otherwise, I would cry, man. Let me tell you what happened. We got under contract on that house yesterday. And don't get me wrong, I love the house and I'm excited. But there's this house that I've been driving past every single day on my way to work. And I have dreamed of owning that house for forever. But I figured it would never hit the market. And so we just, we got under contract on that other house. And so Seth, here's the hilarious thing. We got under contract yesterday. My dream house just hit the market today. I just saw it on my way to work. There's a for sale sign. And he said, Seth, we just got to laugh about it because I got too much due diligence in the other house and I can't afford to lose it. So I guess I'm buying that house. And here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, well, Steve, are you serious, man? Would you want to put in an offer if I could get you your due diligence back? He said, oh my God, yeah, absolutely. But Seth, you told me due diligence isn't refundable under any circumstances except for a seller breach. And I'll say, well, yeah, Steve, yeah, that's true. But listen, Steve, let me tell you something. When we put in an offer, we didn't have the RPODs yesterday. And so they accepted it and we checked this box. So Steve, legally speaking, we can terminate today. And they have to give you your due diligence and your earnest money back. And Steve says, oh my God, are you for real? I said, I am for real, Steve. And so Steve thinks I'm the best and brightest agent that ever existed because we had this offer. I know how they work. And so I could turn around and terminate. Now watch what happens, okay? Let's say Sam's the listing agent. I send over this termination. Sam, hey, listen, we're terminating because we never received the RPODs or the MOG. And so we need our due diligence and our earnest money back. And Sam says, well, I put it in the MLS. And I said, well, I know, sweetness, but listen, Sam, did you notice that on the contract, I put that we had not received it, and you acknowledged that we had not received it. Only what's in the contract is part of the contract. So now watch what Sam has to do. Sam has to go back to his seller, and he says, hey, listen, just want to let y'all know, the buyer's terminating. And they say, well, that's really stupid. I guess we get to keep their $5,000 in due diligence, even though they're only under contract for a day. And Sam's going to say, well, about that. And they're going to say, what do you mean about that? Sam, I thought you said we got to keep it if they terminated for any reason or no reason. Sam says, yeah, I did. I did say that. But listen, what had happened was I didn't notice that when they sent that offer over, they had checked this box that said that they had not received it. And so when you sign it, you acknowledge that they had not received it, and that gives them this protection from 3 days from the effective date. If they went under contract without having received it, that we have to give them their due diligence back. Because there's nothing in here that states you can only terminate if you don't like what's in them. It says if you didn't receive them, you can terminate up to 3 days from the effective date or 3 days from the date they can prove you received the disclosures, whichever occurs first. So, go ahead.
But it was in the MLS, like it was in the docs, the documents, and you just chose not to give it to the client to initial? Like, how does that seems like that's like that fine line of...
Nope, not a fine line. Remember the hot tub story last week?
Yeah.
I spelled it out, Girl Scout, but listen, the contract stated that it was a fixture. It doesn't matter what's in the MLS. The parole evidence rule says only this is going to be admissible in court. If we go to court, me and Steve are winning because everybody signed acknowledging that you did not receive it.
But I guess I'm just confused. I thought we had to, as long as it's in the MLS, upload it and have the customer, the client sign it and acknowledge it and all that stuff. So you don't have to do that?
So here's the deal. There is obligations on the listing agent and the buyer's agent to facilitate getting it to the buyer. But let's say that maybe the MLS was glitching. Maybe they didn't see it. Maybe you thought you uploaded it that you didn't. At the end of the day, all of that is irrelevant. Here's the point, Jaleesa. If you were a listing agent and an offer ever comes in that looks like this, and you know they're in the MLS, you pick up the phone and you say, hey, stupid, they're in the MLS. If you would be so kind, download them, sign them, change the checkbox to you have received them, get rid of this other check, and send me the signed copy with the offer if you want us to consider it. You need to protect yourself. So if you're a listing agent, don't you ever accept an offer where they say, I have not received it. Because if you do, it doesn't matter that you put them in the MLS. This is what will be upheld in the court of law, that they did not receive them.
Oh.
So in that scenario, to Steve, I looked like a friggin' genius. And the sellers, Sam, looked like a freaking idiot, right? So it's very important to understand how and when and where and why to use this. Now let me give you one more piece of clarification here. It is 3 days from whichever occurs first. So in this scenario, let's change things. Let's say that you sent the offer on 3/11. They realized that you checked this box because they didn't put them in the MLS. So they turn around and they don't accept your offer, but they do send you a copy of the disclosures on 3/11. The clock still starts counting because you have physical evidence of you providing them the disclosures. Let's say that on the 13th, they sign your offer as you sent it and communicated it. You are now under contract and you have up until the 14th to terminate because the clock started when you could prove that you sent them the disclosures. So that's why it says whichever occurs first. If you get under contract without receiving them, 3 days from the effective date. Or if you receive them, 3 days from the date you receive them, whichever occurs first. And then the last provision basically says, well, if you move in or close on the house within that time period, you have invalidated your right to terminate. And so you're stuck. That's it.
Seth, real quick question.
Yeah.
So you're saying with the ARPO, basic is 3 days after they accept the offer that they need to receive that receipt, correct?
They need to receive the RPOs before they make the offer for every transaction. I'm just telling you, if for whatever reason you haven't received them and you put in an offer without receiving them, that's when this kicks in. So if you put in an offer because they didn't give you the RPOs and so you check the box that says I've not received them, they have 3 days. If you go under contract even without them, they have 3 days after going under contract to terminate and get their due diligence and earnest money back. Or if you can prove that you sent them to them, they have 3 days to back out from that time frame. But as a buyer, you should hopefully receive this before you put in an offer. And as a listing agent, you should provide these before they send an offer so that you never accept a contract that looks like this. You only accept a contract that looks like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does the same apply for the MOG?
Correct. It is not both, it's either or. So let's say that you got this one, but you didn't get this one and it was required, you'd still have that same 3-day rescission period. If one of them wasn't given to you when it was required to be given to you, this happens. And it will be based off of what's in the contract, not what's in the MLS. So of course the last little check box is if it's exempt, meaning if it falls under one of the exemptions under the general statute that outlines it, but that's a little more rare.
So you had mentioned a minute ago that there's 4 situations where a buyer can get their due diligence back. Could you say those 4 again, please?
Yeah, material breach of the contract by the seller. If they back out during this right under the Residential Property Disclosure Act.
Yep.
If the property is not in the same or better condition as the time of the offer, reasonable wear and tear accepted, and they decide to terminate. And then the last one is the new one that was added in that basically says, if the property is in any violation of any zoning, covenants, impervious surface calculations, or anything like that, the seller, and it was not disclosed before they went under contract, the seller either has to remedy it, or if they do not remedy it, the buyer has the right to terminate and get their due diligence and earnest money back. So that's the new one. So there's 4. There used to only be 3, but they added in this extra one.
Thank you.
For sure. So, as we go along here, buyer's obligations, of course, proposed special assessments would be their problem after closing. All of their costs, right, the debits that appear for them. Seller representations. Seller, tell us how long you've owned the property, why. This deals with the contract, the conveyance, and lending. So your options here are the seller has owned the property for at least a year, has owned the property for less than a year, or does not yet own the property. Well, there are certain loan types like FHA that will not fund unless the seller has owned the property for a specific period of time. And I can never remember the amount of days because I haven't done an FHA loan in so long. I want to say it's like 90 days or something like that. So if the seller hasn't owned the property for at least 3 months or 90 days, an FHA loan will not fund it. So the other thing is, of course, probate and, unique transfers where maybe a builder doesn't own the property yet. So that would be something we had to discuss so that we are aware that this conveyance has to happen and then this conveyance has to happen. Of course, it could also be a wholesaling scenario where somebody's buying it and then turning around and reselling it. But this is where we just need to know about their ownership. If the property was built prior to 1978, that lead-based paint disclosure. Basic information on the HOAs. How much do they cost? Who do you make the payment to? How often are you paying? If there's more than one HOA, because that does happen, put the information in there. This fuel tank part, this was added in 2 years ago now, I believe. So it's still, I believe, if I remember correctly, technically part of the listing agreement, but they've been mirroring a lot of the things in the listing agreement and then bringing them over to the contract as well. And so the listing agreement is the place where we have the conversation with the seller. And here's the place where we have the conversation between seller and buyer. And I'll tell you why this was added in. There's always been some confusion about tanks that are owned versus leased, and they don't get discussed. And then people are mad because they're like, well, I thought you owned this tank, but then the gas company comes and takes it back after closing. Then there's also the question of fuel, and then there's also the question of underground storage tanks, and there's also the question of... So they basically made a big component in this that was very prevalent. So we had to have this discussion. Are there tanks? If so, where are they located? Aside from that, do you own them? Are you leasing them? If they're leased, name of the company. The last really important thing that is in this contract that's important because people were having issues yet again is that the gas is going to be conveyed to the new owner. The reason why this got put in, a lot of sellers were taking their tanks and selling the gas or the fuel back to the companies to make some money and leaving it empty for the new owner. So here's what it says.
Or did it eliminate that?
Okay, I got you. There you go. Seller may use fuel in the tank described above through settlement, but may not otherwise remove the fuel or resell it. Any fuel remaining in the tank as of the settlement shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price free of liens. So that's where they had to clarify that so people know you're not allowed to turn around and sell the fuel back. Okay, so whatever's in there. As such, it may be a good idea as a buyer's agent to look at the amount of fuel if they have a little meter on the side of the tank outside to see how much is in there when you make the offer so that you know that they didn't turn around and sell it back. Leases, the property is or is not the subject of any lease. Of course, if it's a vacation rental, you would attach a vacation rental addendum. Otherwise, you would use the additional provisions addendum to talk about long-term leases that may be present. You'll see that when we look at the additional provisions addendum soon. Evidence of title payoff is basically saying the seller has to be able to, prove ownership, convey clear title, satisfy all liens, authorization, disclosure information. We talked about access to the property, removal of seller's property. We said they got to get their personal property, trash and debris out prior to closing. None of that's really important. Good title, legal access. Have to convey it by way of a general warranty deed. Probably remember that from pre-licensing. If they're conveying anything less than a general warranty deed, they would need to have an addendum drafted that would supersede this, because this does default to a general warranty deed. Here is this other one that I told you that was new, governmental compliance. And so when Steve just asked me, this is one of the four. It is a condition of this contract that the property be conveyed free of any material violations of law, ordinance, permit, or government regulations, including but not limited to those relating to building, stormwater, impervious surface, environmental protections, and zoning. Unless seller has specifically disclosed such violations prior to the effective date, if a violation is discovered and identified after the effective date and prior to closing, then seller may cure the violations unless otherwise agreed. If the seller does not cure the violation prior to closing, then the buyer may choose to accept the violations and proceed to settlement/closing, or terminate this contract and receive a refund of the earnest money deposit and the due diligence fee. So there's that new one that was added in. For years, I've been able to teach there are 3 ways that the buyer gets their due diligence back, and then they screwed me up and they added this one in last year. So then I have to teach that there's 4 ways. And then I also have to teach that the additional provisions addendum has 7 very specific things they can do, because it used to be 6. And this is the struggles of being an instructor, right? They change stuff on me and then I got to relearn it so I can reteach it to y'all. The struggle is real, folks. Whew.
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back to the fuel tank stuff. As a buyer's agent, how are you going to know all those answers? Is it, you going to look back in the MLS, or where do you find that information at?
Excellent question. So Terry's question is, as a buyer's agent, how are you going to know all that? Yeah, you're going to look in the MLS, but of course, the biggest thing is, step 1 is realizing that they may or may not even have gas. So if you get there and there's no gas fireplace or no fireplace at all, if there's no, heat pump, if there's no whatever, ignore that, right? If they have all electric everything, you're going to ignore that. Now, if they have a fireplace that's gas, if they have gas stoves, if they have natural gas, that should be listed under the utility section of the MLS. But that still may not be clear enough to answer all your questions depending on the listing agent. And so what you would do is you would pick up the phone and you'd call the listing agent. Hey, I'm trying to fill out this offer in regard to the tank that's there on site. I didn't see anything in the MLS, comments or otherwise. Can you tell me, is it leased or owned? Who are the companies, this, that, or the other? We already talked about this section: deeds, taxes, fees, sellers responsible for excise tax, rollback taxes, all that jazz. Any negotiated expenses they may pay on behalf of the buyer. Now, folks, I want to explain something to you right here, okay? it is not uncommon in this market to negotiate some seller paid closing costs. Why? Because the interest rates are a little bit higher and some of the houses are sitting on the market a little bit longer. Well, here's the problem. If you read this, this is just talking about paying their buyer's expenses, and then it also talks about how with some loans like FHA or VA, there are certain things that the buyer is not permitted to pay. And so if you're expecting the seller to pay that, you may want to put this in here. For the longest time, if I ever did a VA loan, the seller was obligated to pay the pest inspection. The VA used to not allow the buyers to pay the pest inspection out of pocket. And so what I would have to do when I send in a VA loan is I would have to put agreement to pay settlement expenses, $90, just to cover the pest inspection. It was basically our way of informing the seller, hey, we need you to pay this. And so a lot of times we would add like an extra like $100 on top of the purchase price just to offset it, so they really weren't paying it. But as long as on paper it looks like they paid it, the VA was good. But here's the other big piece that you really have to know about this, okay? Parties should review the FHA VA addendum prior to entering an amount into paragraph 8. Certain FHA VA lender and inspection costs cannot be paid by buyer at settlement, and the amount of these should be included in the below. There should be an even better disclaimer on here because I was talking about FHA VA. Here's what it should really say, folks. You need to make sure that you talk to your lender before you put anything in that box. And here's why. There are what we call third-party contribution limits on certain loan types. Now, it depends on your loan type. It depends on your down payment. It depends on a lot of things. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. So when I say third-party contributions, there are limits on the amount of money somebody other than the buyer can get or give to the buyer, should I say. So I want you to think about this. Let's say that you think that you are a brilliant negotiator and you come in here and you send an offer where you ask the seller to pay for $10,000 and they accept it. And you're like, oof, I am a genius. I am the smartest real estate agent alive. I just got my buyer at $10,000 from the seller. And you're just walking around with an S on your chest and just brushing your shoulders off, as they used to say, right? You're feeling slick. Now, guess what happens? You send this contract over to the lender. Lender looks at it and they say, ooh, God, I wish you would have called me. And you say, why? And they say, well, they're doing an FHA loan with a 3.5% down. So they're limited to a 2% contribution, which is only $4,000. They can't get $10,000 from the seller. Their loan won't allow it. Underwriting won't allow it. The most they can get is $4,000. Folks, what's going to happen?
Do you have to amend the contract?
Do you have to amend the contract?
No.
They pay outside of the contract?
It'd be a violation of RESPA if you're getting a loan.
Oh, right. And what's the logic in limiting the amount that the seller might pay to the buyer?
The risk. Think about it. Let's say that you're putting, and let me just throw some numbers up on the screen here. Let's say old school prices, okay? You're buying a house for $200,000 and you're getting an FHA loan, which is only a 3.5% down payment. That's $7,000. That means that if they get $10,000 from the seller, that they have not put any of their own money down. They are a much bigger risk to the lender that they may walk if they didn't have to pay a dime out of pocket. So the lenders will limit the amount of third-party contributions. It is basically based on how much of a down payment the buyer is putting down. They limit these things. And that's why, because you're a much higher risk if you don't have any of your own money in it. Now, let's go back to what Jaleesa was saying. Folks, I want you to think about this. Could you amend the contract? Yes. But who has to agree to amend the contract?
Seller.
Everybody, right? So let's say that you are in the situation where you negotiated $10,000. Everybody signed it. You're under contract. And the lender says, well, the max you can keep is 4. Now you got to go back to the seller and say, hey, listen, I made a boo-boo. Would you allow us to change that number to $4,000? And then we'll reduce the purchase price by $6,000 because then you can get the full $10,000 benefit. You can ask that, but what if the seller tells you to go to hell? You know what's going to happen? The seller gets to pocket the $6,000 that your buyer can't take. This is why I told you, you better make sure that whatever is needing to be in the contract is in the contract from the word go, because nobody is obligated to change anything. Now, if a seller wanted to be nice, could you change this and reallocate it to get the full $10,000 benefit? Yeah, but you can't force them to. Which is why you need to talk to your lender before you put a number in here. Because if you negotiate more than what the lender will allow you to take, you're going to lose that benefit unless the seller is willing to reallocate it. And there's multiple ways you could reallocate it. This could go potentially towards a buy down. It could go towards escrows for repairs. It could be, $4,000 in closing costs paid and then another $6,000 reduction in purchase price. But nobody's obligated to renegotiate after you get under contract. Everybody with me? Now, just for funsies, let me ask you another really important question that is a learning point here. If the seller was willing, let's say you could accept all $10,000 here. If the seller didn't really care and was willing to give you any which way you wanted, would it be more advantageous for your buyer to negotiate $10,000 in seller paid closing costs or to negotiate $10,000 off the purchase price? Which is better, do you think?
Off the purchase price.
Long run purchase price.
I would say closing cost.
So let me give you the best answer, and then I'm going to give you the more realistic answer. The best answer is adult diapers. It depends. Depends on your client's financial situation, but let me give you the realistic answer. I would argue that it is, for most people, closing costs, and I'll tell you why. Let's say that you negotiated $10,000, maybe because some repairs needed to be done, maybe for other reasons. If they were supposed to bring $10,000 to closing, that was going to come out of their bank account. Now, if they've got the seller paying that money, that means that at closing, they're not having to bring that $10,000, which means they've still got $10,000 in their bank account. And so for most people, after you spend all this money, it would be nice to have that little cushion as you start making this new mortgage payment. And it would be nice to have that cushion in case you actually needed repairs to be done. Now, let me explain to every single one of you who said purchase price. If your client has plenty of cash in the bank, sure, purchase price is great. But the reality is, even that $10,000 coming off the purchase price, you've probably changed the payment $21 a month. That is not a make or break for most people. I mean, we're talking over 30 years, you have maybe changed it $21 a month for that $10,000. Versus having $10,000 in emergency funds in your wallet, it would more often than not, be advantageous for most buyers to have it as closing costs versus purchase price. But if it's a cash deal, it makes no difference. And if your person has plenty of cash and they're not really worried about the funds in their wallet or their bank account, yeah, purchase price, because then they don't have to pay interest on it. Does that make sense? But the best answer is talk to them and explain what I just explained to them and make sure you understand their financial situation so you can advise them appropriately. Because it depends. Owners Association fees and charges, payments of special assessments. We talked about that. Listing penalties. These are all just the things we talked about that are the seller's cost. Talked about these prorations and adjustments. We talked about this. Seller owns the day of closing for taxes, rents, and HOA dues. Condition of property, / risk of loss. We talked about that. Seller needs to keep their insurance all the way through closing. They better not terminate it before. And if anything happens to the property, it's their insurance. Folks, this is the reason why, by the way, I'm sure you know this, but just in case, that we don't give keys at the settlement meeting. because that's when you sign the papers. But in North Carolina, we don't consider it your home until the what? Deed's recorded. And so that's why we typically will give the keys to the agent and be like, all right, you wait until we call you and say it's recorded, and then you can give the keys to them. Because let's say that you give the keys to them at settlement, they walk in there, they start popping bottles of champagne, celebrating, they pass out, lighting candles and stuff, and then they burn the house down before it records. We got a problem, don't we? Because they just burned down somebody else's house after trespassing on it. That's a whole thing. So that's why we don't give them the keys until after recordation of the deed, because it's not their house till then. We talked about the delay in settlement, 7 days built in for the delaying party without being in breach. Even on day 8, you are in breach, but the contract doesn't automatically terminate. So you would have to, as the non-delaying party, provide written notice of your intent to terminate, and then you would be entitled to all of those remedies that you're entitled to, depending on which party. Folks, understand that the buyer or the seller could be the delaying party. Seller could have title issues that they're trying to work on. Maybe a spouse won't sign. Maybe we're trying to get the loan payoff numbers. Sellers can be the delaying party just like buyers can be the delaying party. So I want to talk about this one for a second. Okay, this is a very important little thing, and this is something that's been negotiated quite a bit over the past few years. This is discussing possession. Once again, not a Snoop Dogg reference, not that kind of possession. It is taking occupancy of the house. So possession, including all means of access to the property and transferable amenities and services. Keys, including mailbox keys, codes, including security codes, garage door openers, electronic devices, etc., shall be delivered upon closing as defined in paragraph 1M unless otherwise provided below. So in other words, you don't get possession of the property until after closing, except if you negotiate one of these agreements. So let's look at the first one. It's called a buyer possession before closing agreement is attached. Well, what does that mean? If a buyer is possessing it before closing, what does that mean?
That I would think so. For some reason, the buyer is moving in prior to the closing.
Correct.
So they could be renting it.
There you go. Folks, understand that. So that's exactly what's happening. For one reason or another, we are negotiating that the buyer gets to move into the house before they own the house, which makes the buyer a tenant. Now, we'll look at these forms in a little bit, but let me explain a couple things to you. The most important part of any of these agreements is making sure that your client understands and has the adequate insurance for the situation. So that means that the seller is now acting as a landlord. So they need to make sure that their homeowner's insurance policy allows a tenant to be in place. And the buyer is now a renter or a tenant, which means they need to get a renter's policy to protect their personal property for the time they are living in that home. Does that make sense? Because if the house burns down, the seller's homeowner's insurance policy is still going to be responsible for that because it's still the seller's house. But if you bring $80,000 worth of personal property into it when you move in, that's not being protected by the seller's policy. You as the tenant would need a renter's policy to cover your personal property. Caroline, you look like you have a question.
I do actually. What happens if it is a tenant that's buying the house? How do you work that?
You mean
If they're already currently living in the house and the owner decides they want to sell it to them and they're already tenants?
So you would not typically utilize this agreement. These are designed for very short-term possessions, typically a month or less. If they are already a tenant, you already have a lease agreement in place. And so you would probably just want to have a discussion on, that the lease will be prorated that month that they close. And so on the day of closing, their lease will end and they will become the owner and that rent is prorated for that month. But you wouldn't typically need to do this. But insurance is still holds true, right? You need to maintain.
Okay. They'd have to switch from renters to owners.
Right. So the tenants, when they close, they would be, at closing issuing a homeowner's insurance policy. And so then they could cancel their renter's policy at that point because now it's covered in their homeowner's insurance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So the buyer possession before closing is one. Of course, there's the other one. A seller possession after closing agreement. Well, what does that mean?
This
So like rent it.
a little bit.
Say it again?
It says sell, lease back.
Yeah.
Yes, the seller needs to stay in the house for a little while after closing.
There you go. So now what's happening, folks, is the seller, who is the owner, goes to closing. They sell their house. The new buyer, their deed gets recorded, and so the buyer is the new owner. But the seller does not move out. They stay in the property. And now, instead of being the owner, they are a tenant. Even though all of their pictures are still on the wall, all their furniture is still in there, right? They close, but now they're a tenant. And so understand what happens when they no longer become the homeowner and this other person is, their homeowner's insurance policy is now null and void. It's not their house anymore. And so they no longer have coverage for their personal property. So then they would need to make sure that they have a personal property, a renter's policy kicking in on the day of closing. And the new buyer, who is now acting as a landlord, needs to make sure that their homeowner's insurance company is okay with a tenant occupying that property. So it is very important to have these insurance discussions. Absolutely it is. Now I'll tell you one last note. I'll show you this whenever we look at it later. Folks, these are designed, as I said just a minute ago, for very short-term leases. They're not designed for years or months or anything like that. If you're going to negotiate something like that, you need to use a standard lease agreement. This is designed for short periods, week or 2 or 3 sometimes. As such, the biggest thing you can do to protect your client is make it uncomfortable for somebody to stay longer than they're intended to. Let me show you what I mean. For example, this seller possession after closing agreement basically says that the seller will give a lump sum to the buyer as a credit at closing, and then they will remain in the property. But it goes on to say what they would owe the buyer for every day that they stayed in excess of the agreed upon time frame. And so you go in and you punch in a number. Folks, do not put in something like $50 a day for holding over. You know why? If you think of $50 a day for an average 30-day month, that's $1,500 a month. That is very comfortable rent for somebody to just stay in a house forever and ever. Amen. And they can make your life a living hell because then you have to evict them because if they keep paying, they keep staying. What you do is you put something redonkulous like $500 a day. And then that way when they stay over for a month, they owe you $15,000. Well, guess what? As the new owner, I'm going to let you stay there as long as you want if you're paying me $15,000 a month. You do not ever want to design this in a way where it's comfortable for them to stay over their allotted time. You need to make it very uncomfortable. Put a stupid number in there and explain to them that you don't want that money. You just don't want them staying in there. And if they give you pushback, you better be nervous. Why won't you sign this? You need to get out when you need to get out. Gotta make it uncomfortable. Now the last one says possession is subject to the rights of tenants, long-term or otherwise. Folks, understand that long-term tenants have a lot of protections in North Carolina. You cannot kick out a long-term residential tenant. So if there is a lease on the property that still has 3 years left, you are buying it subject to that 3-year lease. If there is a long-term tenant that has 8 months left, you have 8 months. The only way to really get them out is what we call cash for keys. You can bribe them. Hey, I'll give you $10,000 if you terminate your lease early. If you want to move into it, but otherwise you're buying it subject to that. Of course, vacation rentals works different. If you remember in 303, if you've taken it, if not, we'll talk about it. The Vacation Rental Act of North Carolina states that you can kick everybody out past 180 days after closing. So you only have to honor leases up to 180 days after closing. For vacation rentals, anything that's further out than that, you can cancel, refund their monies, and all that good stuff. So here is a list of the standardized addenda. Remember, addenda is just the plural of the word addendum that can be attached to this offer to purchase and contract. We're going to look at the additional provisions addendum here in a little bit, but there are several very specific things that I stated already it does. Anybody remember what are the specific things that we've already talked about that the additional provisions addendum can do? There's 7 total. I just expect you to come up with like 2, maybe 3.
Backup offer.
Not a backup offer. All right, I'll take 1 at this point. Just give me 1.
I used them to ask to haul away the furniture.
There you go. You can use it to negotiate repairs or things of that nature as part of initial contract formation. The additional provisions addendum is used to ask for repairs as part of initial contract formation. The DDRA is used after. The other things that I've already told you that it does, the other main one is that is how you would put an expiration of offer. An expiration of offer. Of course, it does 7 total things. The other ones deal with manufactured home, septic, the non-compliance, and then pools and spa inspections with winterizing and de-winterizing. So we'll look at that one in a little bit. The additional signatures addendum. Folks, any of you want to wager a very special guess on what the additional signatures addendum does?
It's when you need extra signatures for like unknown heirs or something like that.
Ta-da. Folks, there are only places for 2 sellers and 2 buyers on every standard form. And sometimes we got more than 2 sellers or 2 buyers. And so you would attach the additional signatures addendum, which is just another place for these parties to sign. Now, the cool thing about it is it can be attached to any form. You can attach it to the working with the real estate agent's disclosure. You can attach it to this. You can attach it to the listing agreement. You just state this is being attached to this document. And that's all it is. Name the person. Is this the buyer, the seller, or otherwise? Have them sign it. It's great like that. I had clients a couple years back where there was 8 people total. Just had them all sign that. The backup contract addendum, we're going to talk about that one. You would utilize that if the house is already under contract and you wanted to be considered in a secondary position that says if the first deal falls through, then we want to be the buyer under contract with you. So it is more powerful than just an offer, but it's got some unique things with it we'll discuss. The FHA VA financing addendum that deals with, as it says, FHA and VA loans. Does certain things to protect you for appraisal issues and very specifically earnest money. We'll look at that one. Lead-based paint or other lead-based paint hazard addendum utilized when the property is built prior to 1978. There is no option for no representation on that one. The seller either tells you I do know or I don't know, and here's some reports or I don't have any. And there are obligations on all parties. Folks, in this one, all agents have to sign. Buyer's agent, listing agent has to sign this. This is one of the most pushback from your compliance department because somebody always forgets to sign it. The loan assumption addendum, not very commonly utilized, pretty self-explanatory. If you were trying to assume somebody's loan. New construction addendum, we're going to talk about that. There's a very specific time and place that you would attach that versus utilizing the offer to purchase and contract new construction. The Owners Association Disclosure Addendum, that is basically the RPODs, but without the condition of the property. It just talks about the HOA, what they cover, what the dues are. Seller financing, short sale addendum. If you're doing a short sale, that would need to be attached because the bank makes the final decisions on things. Then, of course, that vacation rental addendum as well. We're going to talk about some of them, not all. Now, last week when we were talking about different things that could happen with a contract, one of the verbiages that I used was an assignment. An assignment was a substitution of parties, not contracts. So I told you, if you're utilizing the 2T, you cannot do an assignment without permission of all parties, and that's what it says here. This contract may not be assigned without the written consent of all parties except in connection with a tax-deferred exchange, but if assigned by agreement, then this contract will be binding on the assignee and the assignee's heirs and successors. Tax-deferred exchanges, we talk about that in 303 as well. If we're trying to utilize or do a tax-deferred exchange, it basically says the buyer will pay any additional costs that are incurred because of that tax-deferred exchange. Parties to the contract, survival of the contract, it's pretty straightforward. The entire agreement / recordation, this is basically saying the parole evidence rule. Only what's in the contract is part of the contract. Furthermore, it says that if we want to record this contract as a memorandum of contract, we need consent of all the parties. So, right here. The agreement of any memorandum thereof shall not be recorded without the express written consent of buyer and seller. And then, as I said, only what's in this agreement is part of this agreement. We already looked at the contract, the conduct of the transaction section, where it says how we're going to communicate, how it's going to flow. Execution, this could be signed as one, multiples, or otherwise. And then here's where I told you that everything is based on the fine state of North Kakalaki. Computation of days / time of day. Unless otherwise provided for purposes of this contract, the term days shall mean consecutive calendar days, including Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, whether federal, state, local, or religious. For the purpose of calculating days, the count of days shall begin on the day following the day upon which any act or notice as provided in this contract was required to be performed or made. And then, of course, last but not least, any reference to a date or time of day shall refer to the date and or time of day in the fine state of North Carolina. Bam. So if you're out of town, sucks to suck, Chuck. Don't you ever go on vacation during a due diligence period unless you know how to calculate the time change difference. And by the way, you would think it'd be easier, but it's not, because you're just not used to the time change difference. I typically make at least 1 or 2 trips to Panama City Beach every year. And if you've never been, it's in the panhandle of Florida. And it is an hour time difference from here. And so I'll teach from my hotel. And so then I'm always like, oh, wait, what time do I have to teach? So like my 9 o'clock class, and I'm like trying to figure it out because of the time difference. It's difficult sometimes. So just be aware of that. We talked about the remedies section for the breach by buyer. So breach by buyer, folks, remember what we said. If the buyer breaches, the seller's sole and exclusive remedy is due diligence and earnest money. That's it. That's all they can get, ever. So,
Yeah, Seth,
yeah, what you got?
back on the days, you calculated using a business day, but what are we talking about when we include Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays?
So unless it says otherwise, everything is calendar days. So for example, that 7-day delay in settlement, that's calendar days. That includes all holidays, all business days. The effective date of the contract, doesn't matter if it's a holiday or not, your due diligence is due. So it's basically stating that everything is calendar days and includes Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays unless we state otherwise. So the only exceptions to this really in the contract is the banking day, that it says you have to get 1 banking day after receiving a written notice of the failure to deliver due diligence money. That's what we mean.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So here's what happens if the seller breaches. It's a whole different ballgame, folks. Arguably, this is written not very friendly to a seller and pretty friendly to a buyer, unless you count the fact that the buyer is the one that could lose the due diligence and the earnest money. But here's what it says about the seller if the seller breaches. In the event of a material breach of this contract by seller, buyer may, 1, elect to terminate this contract as a result of such breach, and shall be entitled to the return of both the earnest money deposit, the due diligence fee, together with all the reasonable costs actually incurred by the buyer in connection with the buyer's due diligence costs. So there's your first one, okay? You can terminate and then basically say, give me back my due diligence, give me back my earnest money, and get out your checkbook and write me a check for my $500 inspection, my $280 septic inspection, my $90 pest inspection, my $600 survey, my $200 water analysis, and so on and so forth. So right there, that's a decent thing to go after the seller for, because you can get all your money back. Or your other option is number 2. Elect not to terminate and instead treat this contract as remaining in full force and effect to seek the remedy of specific performance. In other words, suing them to still sell you the house. And you can go to court, and it is very possible to win this case. But understand, you're probably not going to close on time. I doubt this is going to happen as fast as you would like for it to. But it is a remedy that is available to a buyer to go after a seller. So specific performance would not be available to a seller in the state of North Carolina. But it is available for a buyer to go after a seller. Now this piece says attorney fees. Basically, if we go after each other in court, whoever wins gets their attorney fees paid by the loser. And then this is where we, just have like a couple of the disclaimers. This is all part of the contract and becomes a contract here, and people sign. Here's the places for the signatures. Here's a wire fraud warning. Folks, please understand, wire fraud is very real. There's a reason this is in here. So before you have your buyer wire money or your seller, get the money wired, you always need to, just like the other advice I gave you, you call the attorney's number that you've had for years. Don't call the number off of the email that says, oh, the wiring instructions have changed. That's fraud. That's fake. Don't call that number. You call them by the number that you know them, and you get on the phone with the paralegal that you've met face to face, and you say, let's confirm the wiring instructions right here and right now before we wire anything. So you don't ever, if you get any kind of emails that say, hey, wiring instructions have changed, you go talk to that attorney face to face. You figure it out. Wire fraud is very real. I already talked about this little section. Folks, let me tell you a funny story about this section right here, okay? I'm going to use an agent as an example, and I don't remember her name, but which is irrelevant, but it was a good learning point for her, and now it's going to be a good learning point for you. Please understand that this last section, the acknowledgement of receipt of monies, it's exactly what it sounds like. It is a piece of paper where we sign acknowledging where monies have exchanged hands. That's the point. This goes back to your fiduciary duties and that accounting, so we can know where the money came from. So I referenced this last week, but I told y'all I had a client during the COVID stuff with that specific performance example I gave you. I listed their house, and they got $50,000 in due diligence offered to them. The buyers were obviously very serious about the house. I was a listing agent. So here's what happened. The buyers sent us the offer. My sellers liked the offer. We accepted it. They were supposed to cut us that $50,000 due diligence check. And so the buyer's agent calls me and she says, hey, Seth, listen, my buyers are so excited. They love this house. They were wondering, is there any chance they can come back and do another showing later tonight just so they can show the home to their parents? Because I guess it was a younger couple and they were very excited. Well, my sellers had little girls who had a dance recital that night. And so I asked them, they said, sure, no problem. We're going to be at a dance recital anyway. So here's what we came up with. Hey, listen, you're going to be at the house anyway, showing the parents the house. So what you do when you get there, you take a picture of the $50,000 due diligence check and you text it to me. And then you put it in the drawer, you take a picture of it in the drawer, and you text it to me. And they did. So I instructed my sellers, when you get home, open the kitchen drawer, find that due diligence check, you take a picture of that check, and you send it to me. And then I will send you a copy of this form for you to sign acknowledging that you received it. All went off without a hitch. They dropped the $50,000 check off. Everybody texted me the pictures. I had evidence. So I send this to my sellers, and my sellers sign right here, acknowledging this $50,000 due diligence check was given to them. I took this signed copy and I mailed it back or emailed it back to the buyer's agent. She sent it back to me and she said, oh, hey, Seth, can you do me a favor? Can you just sign your portion of it right here? I said, no. I didn't touch the money. Why would I sign this? This is not stating that all parties have to sign it. It's if you touch the money, sign confirming that you touched the money. Folks, I never touched the money. So it was a completely moot point. Why would I need to sign this? She had physical evidence that the sellers who the money was supposed to go to, that they had received it. So she emailed me and she asked me to sign it. And I said, sweetness, do not make extra work for us. I'm not signing that. I didn't touch the money. You have the acknowledgement saying the sellers have it. I'm not signing it. Now, would it have hurt for me to sign it? No, but it was a learning moment for her. This is not part of the contract. This is how we show who touched the money last. So whatever goes missing, we know who to point fingers at. But I had confirmation that my sellers had it. I'm not putting my name in the pot. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you another funny story about that agent later when we look at another document. She had another one of those learning moments that I had to help her out with on a later negotiation within that same contract. But that's the last piece of the offer to purchase and contract. How are we feeling? Pretty well versed, comfortable with it, right? All the information. You know, we're like ninjas with it.
A lot of information.
Oh my God, you're not kidding. A lot of information. It does get better though. Because as much as the more and more you like use them and interact with them, and I mean, for you, Steve, you're not using this contract at all because you've got a builder's contract. But for someone, like Terry, who will write another offer and then another offer and then another offer and another offer, you're going to get better and better and better and more comfortable and more comfortable and more comfortable. Just like, I've been teaching this contract for years. I could probably rewrite this contract blindfolded. If you held a gun to my head and said, Seth, recreate this contract, I could probably get pretty daggum close because I've just had to do it so many times. I'm like, this and then that and then that. So it does get burned into your brain at a certain point. Tell you what, that was a lot of information. Y'all just chit chat with me for a few minutes. I'll give your minds a break. My mind's a break. What do you want to talk about? Whatever you want to talk about. Just for a few minutes. We'll just derail for a minute. The rain in Spain falls mainly in the plain.
We're having a little meltdown right now, so you'll have to excuse us.
Oh, listen, I'm about to have one too. I get it,
He's not in a good mood.
I know. I'm sorry, buddy.
Okay.
I have moods too.
The sports betting starts today.
Oh yeah, the sports betting. That's right. Yeah, we were talking about that last week.
Yeah. I've got a FanDuel app right here, and I'm going to sign up for ESPN.
Cole, did you get your bonus dollars already for it?
I did. I have about, based off all of our friends, we did it back and forth for each other, so we've got about $600 in bonus bets right now.
There you go.
Oh,
There you go.
that's not bad for a face.
We're going to have fun tonight.
There you go.
Whatever it's on. So,
Look, if he doesn't show up to class tomorrow, we'll know that he hit it big. But otherwise, yeah, that's right.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's right. That'll be fun. I used to do that back in the day, like the FanDuel and everything, but I was never any good at it. So I stopped. What else you want to talk about?
Hey, me either.
Yeah, you either? Yeah.
So, hey, I won, so I got like $3,000 back when we had the pandemic, and then I got COVID, and so I got Regeneron I was in a study. They gave me $3,000. So easy come, easy go. So I bet on the Super Bowl. I lost that entire $3,000 in 3 games. So I've learned.
Yeah.
Don't play with my hard-earned money.
Yeah, that's right. I kind of did what Cole did. I would sign up for like the bonuses, at the beginning, and I'd bet some, and then you'd feel good because you'd win like $70 or $80 off of like a $5 bet, and then you just keep rolling with it, and then you like lose everything the next 3 weeks, and you're like, nope, I'm out.
Right.
Yeah. I'm one of those people. I don't even buy lotteries. Like when the jackpot gets big, I do what everybody else does. I'll buy like $20 worth of lottery tickets, like 7 times a year when it gets ridiculously big, and otherwise, nope, not it.
So we went snow skiing last week after went up to West Virginia on Wednesday. When I got up there, I bought tickets for the Mega Millions. Never. I never even get a winning number. I don't know why I keep that.
Yeah, I'll occasionally get one, but one equates to nothing, right? You've got to have like at least 3 numbers, I think, to get anything for it. And so, I've gotten one quite a few times, but that's it. Just one, sometimes 2, but even 2, I don't think you get anything unless it's the Powerball, right? Yeah, if you match that, you get like something automatically, I think. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be sick Wednesday when it's 80 degrees outside.
That's exactly right. I'm ready for some spring.
Yeah.
I'll tell y'all, the depressing thing is, here's my depressing woe is me first world problems tale. My side by side has been in the shop since January because I kind of screwed it up. So I'm just like waiting. It's almost finally done, I think, but I'm just sitting here waiting for them to tell me my side by side's ready. But here's the downside: that pre-licensing class that was in person happened, and so now I am stuck going to an actual physical classroom every Saturday for the next 10 weekends. So I have shot my weekends except for Sunday. So I can't even go anywhere and do anything because I have to teach this class. It's first world problem. My side by side's in the shop, so I can't go to my second house. Man,
Wow.
Yeah, that's my struggle. I have to teach in person. But this weather is nice and I don't want to be in person. I just want to be outside all the time. What can you do? Any of you want to teach a pre-licensing class for me? Y'all, come on. Some of y'all just got out of it. Y'all can teach it. It'll be fine.
I can't be seated for so long. I don't know how you do it.
Well, when I'm teaching in person, I'm not seated. So I'll tell you what, Jaleesa, I don't teach a lot of in-person classes. I do the electives and the updates for the school every once in a while, but those are 4-hour days. That was my first 8-hour day teaching in 4 years this past Saturday. I'm like, oh my God, I have gotten old. I was hurting after. I used to manage restaurants. I'd be on my feet for 12 hours a day walking around. But I've been teaching like this for 4 years. And so my body hurt way more than it should have for just 8 hours of teaching in person. I'm like, ugh.
I have the hardest time sitting here during class, and like my knees start hurting, my back hurting, like I just need to get up.
Oh yeah. I need to start doing yoga or something like that because it's rough, sitting here for that long, especially when you consider how long I actually do sit. I've got y'all today, and then I get an hour and a half break, and then I teach a pre-licensing class from 6 to 10 tonight. So I mean, I'm teaching like 12 hours a day some days, so it's rough. That's why on these breaks, I get up and I go up and down my stairs just to kind of like get the juices flowing again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yoga's hard now, I'm going to tell you.
Yoga is?
It's very hard.
Listen, I can't even come close to touching my toes. I think I'm a little overzealous to say yoga. I'm going to just start with some basic stretching and maybe taking a walk every now and again. It'd be nice to think that maybe I'd get into yoga. I think I'm out of luck on that one. Yeah, I don't think it's happening. Tell you what I'll do, folks. Just because we're looking good on time between today and tomorrow, the next thing we're going to get into is, of course, some discussions on some of these other documents. And I may let you play around with another closing disclosure just to torture Jaleesa a little bit. But otherwise, y'all go ahead and take a break. Come back at 2:10, and then we'll be in the home stretch for the day. So here is that one that we keep talking about, the additional provisions addendum. And I told you it does 7 very specific things. And so this can be attached to the contract. Now, please understand that whenever you're attaching something like this to the contract, you have to check that box that says this is being attached. That is how we know that it is a part of your offer. Now, I'll tell you another funny story about these addenda in just a second, but let's look at this one first. This addendum is attached to and made part of the offer to purchasing contract between seller and buyer for the property. So you name the property, the seller, the buyer, so we know which contract it's part of. So here's the one that we said already, the expiration of offer. Now, folks, if you are utilizing this, it says put an X or a check here to say that this is what you are adding to it. So you would not put an X on all of them, only the ones that you were basically stating information on. So this offer shall expire unless unconditional acceptance is delivered to buyer on or before whatever time, AM or PM, on whatever date, time being of the essence, or until withdrawn by buyer, whichever occurs first. And so if you wanted to put a 3-day expiration, a 2-day expiration, a 48-hour, whatever you wanted to put on there, there's no place on the actual offer to purchase in contract standard form 2T, so you would need to attach this in. Also be aware that regardless of what you put on here for the expiration of offer, you can of course withdraw your offer anytime prior to unconditional acceptance. We talked about that last week. Just because you said they only had 3 days doesn't mean that you have to give them 3 days. You could revoke your offer anytime. But this is the way that you would add an offer, an expiration of offer. Now the second one deals with septic tanks. It is a very specific one. I've never utilized it for this. This would be more commonly utilized for a new construction and or a property where we had to replace the septic. So septic system installation / modification. As part of the buyer's due diligence, buyer intends to obtain an improvement permit or written evaluation from the county health department for a conventional or other type of septic system, right? Ground absorption sewage system for a 3-bedroom, 4-bathroom, whatever home. Except for the cost for clearing the property, all costs and expenses of obtaining such permit or written evaluation shall be borne by buyer unless otherwise agreed. Seller shall be responsible for clearing that portion of the property required by the county to perform its tests and or inspections by no later than blank. So I've never used it. There's a time and a place to use this one, but it's very, very specific. Here's where we would talk about income or investment properties subject to the rights of leases. Of course, if it was a vacation rental, you'd use the vacation rental addendum. This is for the long-term leases. So what this basically states is that there's leases in place, and then we agree that the seller will give you all of the agreements, whether they be in writing or verbal or otherwise, all the leases, all the agreements, all the terms, all the yada, 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 on or before a certain date. Right, true and complete copies of all existing leases, outstanding tenant notices, right, all the information. It also goes on to talk about the non-refundable pet deposits, not security deposits. Security deposits have to be transferred to the new owner under the North Carolina Tenant Security Deposit Act. But non-refundable pet fees, it says any security deposit held in connection with any lease shall be transferred to buyer at settlement and otherwise in accordance with North Carolina Tenant Security Deposit Act. And then seller will or will not transfer the buyer any pet fee / deposit at settlement. Seller shall deliver assignment of any lease at or before closing unless the lease does not permit assignment. So this is where you put in the names of any property manager of any. It talks about certain other items conveying. The next page, folks, this is the other one that you're going to use this for more than anything. This is how you would ask for repairs as part of initial contract formation. Agreed upon repairs and or improvements. Seller agrees prior to settlement date and at seller's expense to complete the following items. Ask them to remove the trash or debris. Ask them to repaint a room. Ask them to take down the tree house. Ask them to give you a new roof. Ask them to repave the driveway. You can ask them for whatever you want. There's no limitations here. But of course, they may say no. And if they say yes, they are bound and obligated to do it prior to settlement in a good workmanlike manner. I had a student one time that's like, well, could we ask for a new HVAC system? I said, absolutely. If they've got an old system, then you could ask for them to replace that as part of this as well. And in this student scenario, she was like, no. It's not an old system. It's just a gas heat system, and my client doesn't like gas. Could we ask them to replace it with electric? I said, well, yeah, you could. But they're probably going to say no if their system's working completely fine. Why would anybody bear that expense, you know? Gas is just a preference, you know? Or not having gas is just a preference. But you can ask for whatever you want here. Manufactured home, this is where I said, whether it's been converted to real property or personal property is irrelevant. You attach this so then there's no question that it is being conveyed as part of the sale. So the property shall include the following: manufactured mobile home located on the property. If you have the VIN number, put the VIN number. If you don't, you need to describe it. And this is where I told you. If it's a cute little manufactured home by the beach, you put the cutesy tootsy little manufactured home with the beach access path and the palm tree decorations and the upside down pineapple. If you know, you know. Okay? Otherwise, let's say that you're getting a big old tract of land and it comes with a dirty, dilapidated manufactured home you don't care nothing about, but you still want it to convey. You put the dirty, dingy, 1970-something doo-doo brown manufactured home with the windows busted out and the rabid raccoon family living inside it. Just make sure it is very clear which ones are being conveyed. Pool / spa inspection / preparation. Folks, it doesn't matter what time of year people are selling their houses. And there are always homes that are being sold with pools and spas even in winter. Now, most people will shut down their pools for the winter. They'll shut down their spas sometimes for the winter. And so this is a discussion on de-winterizing and doing inspections on pool and spas. And here's some good advice. You need to always have an inspection on a pool. Spas, but always have one on a pool because they are very, very high dollar items. I've had many transactions where things are kind of, and we just need to be careful. So that's what this is talking about. Although I will tell you, there was another story where the sellers were sued and they lost and they had to pay because they committed fraud. And remember, fraud's not allowed. What they were doing, they had a pool, and the pool inspector came out and they had done things on it, but what was happening is the sellers were refilling their pool every single day to hide the fact that the pool was leaking. And so after the buyers closed, they realized it, and that constituted fraud. They were able to sue the sellers in court and get damages for it. But pool and spa inspection, buyer may choose to conduct, shall be at buyer's expense in accordance with this contract. Any costs associated with putting the pool or spa in operable condition so that it may be properly inspected, including but not limited to pool / spa cover removal, filling the pool / spa with water, operating electricity and filtration system, and any costs associated with any necessary re-winterizing of the pool / spa following any inspection shall be the responsibility of, and then you would stipulate, seller or buyer. There's no one size fits all. It's negotiate. Who are we saying is going to do it? Is it going to be the buyer doing it? Is it going to be the seller doing it? So it's always a good idea to have those inspections and have this discussion, especially if it's being sold out of season. The question is why? That's always automatically suspect to me. Why would you not sell during pool season when the pool is such a big enticing thing? Why are you going to sell your house at the pool in the winter? It makes me ask questions. Like you don't want us to look at the pool. So that's what that's used for. And as I told you, it used to stop there once upon a time because it was 6 things. Now it's 7, which is why I've changed the spiel. So this goes hand in hand with those boat slips, offsite things that were mentioned on the offer to purchase and contract. Sale of the property shall include the following. Check all that apply. Deeded or leased or seller owned or HOA owned septic, lot, boat, slip, garage, parking space, or storage unit. Describe any and all. Then it says seller agrees to execute any additional documents if necessary and at seller's expense to complete the transfer of seller's interest in any property described in this paragraph. And the reason why this is important is because a lot of people don't realize it and sometimes separate documentation is needed. It is not uncommon for you to own a lot at the back of a cul-de-sac. And when they were developing this, they found that you did not have suitable septic or soils for your septic lines and your repair field. So what they would sometimes do is they would kind of come behind this HOA owned property. And so this would be lot 31 and this would be lot 31A. It's not attached, but it's a separate lot that is your repair field. It's an offsite repair field. And so when somebody buys 31A automatically is supposed to convey as well. But some people, had separate deeds for these, and we needed to make sure that that was, clear and discussed. So there's no confusion that you're getting this second lot, this boat slip, this garage, this whatever. So that's why this has been added in there. So that is the 7 things as outlined on the additional provisions addendum. Let's take a look at another fun-filled document. What? Yeah, what you got?
On the boat slip. So the boat slip is certificated and it's separate. In my neighborhood, that's the way, homes are sold. And then I think a couple of times the total sales price included the boat slip. I don't think that's right. Do you have any insight into that?
I don't, unfortunately. My expertise with boat slips is very limited because I have never done a transaction with one. And, nor have I worked at the coast or anything like that. So I wouldn't even be able to wager any insight there on that, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Although I'm hoping that maybe one of these days I'll figure it out because I'll tell you a funny story, Phil. The best friend that I was talking about when I was talking about offers and acceptances, and I had to go to his wedding a couple years back, his wife, her father owns a marina. And made a bunch of money because he basically purchased this marina and then turned it into a bunch of developed boat slips and then sold them all off. And he made oodles and oodles of money. And so she's an only child. So I'm assuming that one day she will inherit this marina. And so since I'm good friends with him, I'm like, man, I need to figure out how these boat slips work so I can help, list these boat slips. Hopefully I got some years before that happens. So, yeah.
I'll help you.
Yeah, there you go. I'm going to bring you in on it, Phil. We'll make this happen.
Yeah.
Maybe at that point I'll have a boat and I can sell myself one of these boat slips,
There you go.
And it's over somewhere near Oriental, if you know where that is.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's north of me. I'm in Wilmington.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of these days I'll figure that boat slip thing out. Let's talk about the DDRA, folks. As I said, a lot of students like to call this the due diligence repair agreement. That's actually not correct. It is the due diligence request and agreement. Just like the offer to purchase and contract starts as an offer and can become a contract, this starts as a request and can become an agreement. So that is why it's called the request and agreement. So name the buyer, name the seller, name the property. And then it has this little area right here. It says, based upon buyer's due diligence, the buyer requests and the seller agrees to the following. Now, folks, this is utilized to ask for repairs. And so your firm, your BIC, your, whatever, may have some guidance on how they like for this to be filled out. But I'll tell you what I typically do. After I have a home inspection, I will name the home inspection, and I will start this off, and I'll say something like, per inspection performed by Awesome Inspectors, LLC on this date and time. And then I will go into it. Now, please do not ever just put item 1.1.3. Don't do that, because that doesn't tell them what you want them to do. So if you look in the inspection report, 1.1.3 is leaky faucet in master bathroom to be, evaluated, repaired, or replaced by licensed plumber. Well, that doesn't tell them what you want them to do. So don't just put that number. So what you would put is item 1.1.3, faucet to be replaced by licensed plumbing contractor. And also, if you've got a preference on what that needs to look like, state with matching faucet as other vanity sink. Be very specific. Spell it out. The other thing that you have to understand is not everything requires a general contractor. People will general contract this thing to death. To be performed by general contractor, to be performed by general contractor, to be performed by general contractor. Sometimes it's something like replacing a door that won't stay shut and resetting it. They'll say general contractor. That doesn't require a general contractor. A handyman can do that crap. So be very specific on who you want to do it. If you want a general contractor to do it, say that. If you want a licensed roofer, licensed plumber, licensed electrician, say that. If you're okay with Bob the Builder homeowner doing it, say that. But you need to spell it out. So be as specific as possible. Name the item and then tell us what you want them to do. Be very specific. Now, I'll tell you the thing that's funny about these documents. They are exceptionally thorough to the extent that sometimes people will not bother to read them, and they will put something on them that completely and utterly contradicts what the agreement states. Let me tell you what I mean. Let's say that you went in here and you asked for HVAC to be repaired in a good workmanlike manner. And I'm not going to write all that out. And then you say, left side vanity and master bathroom to be replaced because it leaks. And you ask for a couple other things. And the seller looks at this and they say, well, hold on. We'll do the sink and we'll get that done. And we'll give you a credit in lieu of repairs for the HVAC. So maybe they say we'll give you a $4,000 credit for the HVAC. What a lot of people have a tendency to do is to come in here and they'll just put a strike through or they'll remove it and they'll put $4,000 credit in lieu of HVAC. But if you ever bothered to read this document, you would know that this document says plain as day, do not talk about money on this document. It's not the right place to do it. You talk about repairs on this one and money on the agreement to amend. If you don't believe me, I'm going to skip forward a little bit. If the parties agree herein to a change in purchase price or the amount the seller agrees to pay towards buyer's expenses associated with the purchase of the property, the agreement to amend contract form 4T should be completed and signed by the parties and reflect the change. However, the parties' failure to complete and sign form 4T will not affect the validity of any agreement reached hereunder. Buyer is advised to confirm with buyer's lender that this amount will not exceed the amount the lender will allow the seller to contribute. So what this basically says is, this is not the right place to talk about money. However, if you're a dingleberry and you put it on here anyway, and all parties agreed to it, sure, maybe we'll still consider it okay. It also says make sure that if you negotiate these closing costs or anything like that, that they're not exceeding those third-party contributions that I was telling you about earlier. And then one last recommendation, don't double dip, folks. If you are going to be a dingleberry and put $4,000 in lieu of repairs, don't also put it on the agreement to amend, because then the question arises, well, is it $8,000 or is it $4,000? Is this the same four? Is this a different four? The thing you have to understand is nobody cares why you're getting that $4,000. It's not important. So if they say we'll give you $4,000 instead of doing the HVAC replacement, just take HVAC replacement out of this, and then on the agreement to amend, put that the seller is now paying $4,000 to the buyer. That's it. Nobody needs to know why you're getting that $4,000, as long as we all know. Does that make sense? Now, here's where I'll tell you another funny story about that agent who asked me to sign the due diligence acknowledgement even though I didn't touch it. And that same property, okay, I want you to picture this. This is that scenario where I told you that there are some sellers that I've had in the past where I thought they'd be willing to do something, but they weren't. And this was one of those. So I've worked with these sellers multiple times. I've helped them buy and sell houses, and we were listing their house. We got under contract. They, got $50,000 in due diligence. And of course, that's a big old chunk of change. So no matter what, the buyers were buying that house. So of course, the buyers have their home inspection, and they submitted DDRA, and they asked for a very, I would say, reasonable list. It was probably about $3,000 worth of repairs. So I take it to my sellers after I received it, and I handed it to them, and I said, okay, well, the buyers have requested this, 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 and that. And so the wife, understand that this couple, they're both military, if that tells you anything, and the wife, she swears like a sailor. Okay, I mean, she would make a sailor blush, actually, the way that she swears. Like, she's just one of those people that, if she doesn't have a cuss word in a sentence, it's not a full sentence for her. And so she's just funny like that. But she's a super nice person, like really great. And so here's what she said to me, and I'll spell it out to be a little more politically correct. So I'm not trying to offend anybody, but you have to get the full context here. I bring her this list, and she looks at me and she says, do we have to do this? And I said, well, no, you don't have to do anything. The house is being sold in its current condition, and they've got $50,000 in due diligence on the line. So they're just requesting that you do it, and you can say yes or no. So she looks at me, she's like, would it make me a bitch if I don't do this, if I just tell them to go to hell? And I said, well, we're not going to tell them to go to hell, but no, you can tell them that you're not going to do it. That was her question. And she's like, would it make me one of those? I was like, it's up to you. But she's just one of those people that's just how she talks, and she swears like a sailor. So she's like, yeah, I don't want to do any of this, which was surprising to me because I really thought that they would. So here's the point of the story, folks, and this is where I'm trying to save some face for you in the future. I go back to the agent who sent me this DDRA, the buyer's agent, and I say, hey, unfortunately, the sellers have decided that they are willing to make no repairs. Thanks so much. So what she did, she turned around and she sent me another copy of the DDRA. And what she had written in here, sellers will make no repairs. And she asked the sellers to sign it. I said, sweetness, you are still trying to make extra work for us. Why on God's green earth would my sellers need to sign a DDRA saying that we're not using a DDRA, that there's no repairs that were being agreed to? The contract states we're not doing repairs. So we just don't need this. So I said, no, my sellers are not going to sign this either. Stop sending paperwork and trying to like nickel and dime us to death with signatures. But of course, I'm sure she was a newer agent, and I was nice about it. But it was just a learning opportunity because she just was so, I guess, timid about making sure that the paperwork was right that she just kept sending me things like that. And I'm like, no, we don't need that. If we're not negotiating repairs, you don't need a DDRA. Contract says we're not making repairs. Everybody with me? So just make sure that you are exceptionally thorough on this and asking for things. Be very specific on who you want to do it, what you want done, and otherwise. Reference a home inspection. Now, the only other thing on here, release of the inspection report. Buyer does or does not agree to release any inspection reports to seller. I'll be honest with you. There's two schools of thought here. There are some times where I want to send the entire inspection report over to the seller. There are other times where we only send them a couple of pages. Either way, you're releasing information to them at that point. But I'll tell you why. I have a strategy here. If the inspection report is really, really clean and there's only a couple items that my buyers really care about, I'm just going to send you the couple pages that I care about. Why? You don't need to know that the rest of the house was pristine. Hey, took a look at the inspection report. These are the only things my buyer cares about. We'd ask that you repair these. So I only send the pages that I'm asking for. Makes sense, doesn't it? Because if they see the whole inspection report and they say this is all they found, they're probably going to tell us no. But if they just say, hey, this is all we're asking for, it sounds like a very reasonable request. Conversely, if their inspection report has about 10,000 things listed in it as problems, and we're only asking for a couple, I'm going to send the whole inspection report. Hey, listen, there's all these things we found, but we only want you to do these. These are important to us. And so that way you kind of pull on their emotions and kind of bring them along with you to say, do this for us. So there's strategy here. Now, of course, understand too that when you release it, that doesn't make it the seller's property. They are not automatically allowed to disseminate that to the public without your permission. But everything that you send them does become a material fact. So they would have to disclose it some way, some form, somehow, now that they know it. They're just not automatically allowed to share that inspection report. Does it happen? Sure. Is it allowed? Not technically. But it's still better than not disclosing.
I have a question.
Yep.
So you did a DDRA, and they come back and they just say, well, we'll give you X amount in lieu of repairs. So this never gets signed by both parties. It just gets filed away, and that's it?
Yep.
Then you go to the Form 4T, right?
Yep. That's it. Now, to that point, Terry, let's say in the example where I said earlier, hey, we'll repair the leaky faucet and we'll give you $4,000 in lieu of repairs for the HVAC. What you would do is you would take the HVAC out of this, leave the faucet, and have them sign the DDRA agreeing to make that repair. And then you would also utilize the agreement to amend. So you would need both documents. Agreement to amend for the money, DDRA for the repairs.
So both will be signed by both parties.
Absolutely. There you go.
Is the phone number he referred to the money?
Yep, the 4T, the agreement to amend.
Okay.
Yep. And we're going to look at that one in just a second.
I bought this house once, and it was on the water at Lake Waccamaw, and I had an inspector. I've never been impressed with inspections, never ever. So I had all the electrical replaced on the pier and everything, and so my yard man comes and he points out to me where this line went around my garden, the shrubbery, and it fed the house. And so he was saying, if you hit this with your weed eater or whatever you're using, it could be serious damage. And so we put it all in conduit. Did I technically have any recourse back to the seller?
Because you didn't catch that during the inspection or anything like that? No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No. Not in North Carolina. It's not that they, hid that, tried to deceive you. I mean, you could have found it if that would have been something important. But, the home inspector didn't point it out, so it was what it was.
Right.
Now, understand, sometimes you can go after your home inspector for missing things if you feel like it should have been obvious to you. I don't know that necessarily would have fallen under something under a normal home inspection either, because what they basically say is our inspections are limited to things we can see, Yeah, and that's not, yeah.
That's right.
Yep. So the DDRA, very important form. As I said, if you're going to ask for repairs, you should always ask for something, folks, because the answer is always no if you don't ask. And so it's a good idea. Now, sometimes it's embarrassing what your buyers want to ask for. Sometimes they don't want to ask for anything, and you may have to talk them into it. But definitely make sure that you know how to utilize this form. Technically, this form is a type of an amendment because it is adding stuff to the contract, and everybody's, agreeing to make these changes and make this part of the contract. We don't call it that, but it is technically an amendment. It's changing the already ratified contract and adding terms to it. Let's talk about another one. Let's see, what's the next one I can find here that's important. This one's not important, but we'll look at it real quick. Here is the additional signatures addendum. So I told you this can be added to any document. So basically it says name the document it's being added to here. And then you can see party's name, who are they, their signature line. Party's name, who are they, signature line. So you could add 2, 3, 4, however many of these you needed. And as I said, you could use this on the listing agreement, the buyer agency agreement, the working with real estate agents. Very straightforward. Here is the 4T that we were just talking about, okay? Now, they did something really cool with this one last year or the year before. I think it was 2 years ago now. It all runs together. I don't even know what year it is. So they added in this amendment box so you can put in a number. So when you write up your first amendment, remember an amendment is a legal change to a contract. So if you're doing an amendment, you put in the very first one, number 1. If you do another one, you would type up another one. You don't ever reuse the one that you did before. You would get another one and you would utilize it. And on the next one, you would put in 2. And the next one you would put in 3, so on and so forth. Because remember, every document that gets attached to the contract is part of the contract. And so let me tell you why this is important. Maybe in the midst of your, due diligence, you find certain things that need to be repaired. And so maybe the sellers agree that they will reduce the purchase price in lieu of repairs. So maybe it was $400,000 initially, and you went in there and you signed an amendment and you changed it to $395,000. Well, maybe as time went on, the appraisal came back at like $425,000, and you realize since it's appraising so high, you could probably get, a little more in the way of closing cost credit versus having this reduction in purchase price. So let's say that you want to change it. Now you've got this number 1 that everybody signs and has agreed to. Well, the next one that you do, you will have a new one, number 2, and you say, okay, nope, we changed our mind. It was $395,000. We're going to move it back up to $400,000. And then let's say that you get to closing and you won the lottery and now you got a lot of cash and so you don't need it. And maybe you go back and you negotiate again to move it back down. They're numerical so you can see where did we end up. It went from here to here to here to here. So you need to sequentially count them up. If you're doing an amendment, another amendment, number 1, number 2, number 3. So we know what is the most recent of the amendments in case they contradict each other, where you've changed the previous terms on there. So that's why those numbers were added. So this does very specific things. It covers a lot. It doesn't cover all the things that you could possibly want to amend, but a lot of them. So if you're doing a specific change, you would check the box, Don't check all the boxes. Nothing makes me weirded out more as a listing agent or any agent. If you send me one and you've got like all these things checked and you're like, oh, that's an accident. We only meant to check this one. I said, okay, well, send me another one. Because it makes me think that you're going to try to add in something after the fact. I'm not accepting that. Just weirds me out. Like, stop it. So you check the one that you're actually doing. So if you want to change the purchase price, what was the old price? What's the new price? If you want to change the additional earnest money, what was the old amount? What's the new amount? The additional earnest money deposit date will just tell us what the new date is. Building deposit, old amount, new amount. Due diligence fee, old amount, new amount. Due diligence period, what's the new date? Because we can negotiate that if we want to change that. Escrow agent can change. If we change the escrow agent, name the new one here. And then, of course, the amount of the money going to them. And here's a place for them to sign acknowledging that that money's been transferred to them. Settlement date. Now, here's the crazy thing. Okay, let's talk about this for a second. It's not super consequential, but I told you, if you change the closing date, that 7-day delay runs in it by default. However, there is a very specific box right here that you can check. If you check this box on this agreement to amend, the delay in settlement / closing paragraph in the contract is hereby amended for the sole purpose of changing the permitted time a delaying party may delay in completing settlement and closing from 7 days to 4 days. So in other words, if you want to give them an amended closing date, but you don't want to give them that full 7 days by default, you can check this box and switch it to just a 4-day period they have from that extension. So that can be utilized. Now you have to understand, folks, once upon a time, the delay in settlement was actually 14 days. Used to be 2 weeks. They changed it a couple years ago to only 7 days. This 4 days existed even back then, and they just didn't get rid of it even when they switched it to 7 days. They just said, oh, we'll leave it. That 3 days isn't a make or break, but understand the strategy with the 4 and the 7, because you will always have your closing scheduled on a Monday through a Friday. Well, 7 days is a week from then, so you will always be on another Monday through Friday with 7 days. Same thing too, even if you were slated to close on, a Friday, of course, 4 days, you would be back in a Monday. If you had a Wednesday, it wouldn't be possible because you'd have like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You're not closing on a Sunday. So the 7 days is strategic. Of course, you don't ever want to set it up where somebody's expected to close on a Sunday because nobody can close on a Sunday. So you're both not able to close. And then here's where you do the expenses. The original agreed upon seller paid expenses was $0. Now it's $4,000. It was $6,000. Now it's $8,000. It was $10,000, but now the lender's telling me we can't accept that. So this is where you would say, okay, instead of $10,000, we're going to move this to $4,000. And then for purchase price, we're going to move it from $400,000 to $394,000. So this is how you could do all that and play around with the money. Home warranty. Are we adding one? Are we taking one away? And then you have everybody sign, initial, and date. You cannot make contract changes to the contract without all parties being in agreement of it. So you utilize the agreement to amend. And once again, if you want to negotiate some repairs and some money, DDRA for repairs, agreement to amend for the money. Let's see, which one is next? I'm going to stick with the addenda first, and then we'll circle back around to the other one. Let's talk about this. This isn't necessarily an addenda, but this kind of goes in the same kind of discussion. We talked about this last week. This response to buyer's offer, Form 340T. I told you it does 3 very specific things. Who remembers the 3 things I told you it does?
Doesn't it respond in such a way that it amends the initial offer, but it's not a counter offer, as it says?
It's not a counter offer, but it doesn't amend it. It does respond to it though. So let me help y'all out. It does three things. One is this first one, a rejection with a wish list. That's number one. Then there's the outright rejection, which is just a very nice way of saying get bent. And then there's the other one that says best and final in a formal way. So let's look at the first one, okay? This is the wish list one. Thank you for your offer to purchase the above property. We cannot accept the offer as written and hereby reject it. However, while this is not a counteroffer, we would favorably consider the following changes. $80,000 in due diligence, $100,000 in earnest money, buy my daughter a pony, offer me a boat, and come give me feet rubs for the next 12 years, and we will consider your offer favorable. Now, that's a little overkill, but you should have been there in 2021. It was kind of nuts. So it is a wish list. Now, here's what it says about that wish list, because it's not a counteroffer, it's just a wish list. If the above changes are acceptable to you, please submit another offer with the noted changes. Please understand that until an offer has been accepted, we are free to consider and may at any time accept any other offers to purchase presented that contain terms and conditions satisfactory to us in our sole discretion. So in other words, you could send that and we still might not accept it, or we may accept something else prior to you sending anything if you even choose to send it or not. It's not a counteroffer. It's just a wish list. May be favorable. So the next one is the formal call for best and final, or highest and best, however you like to say it. Thank you for your offer to purchase the above property. Please be advised, we intend to consider all offers on the property received by a certain date and time. Should you choose to submit another offer, we encourage you to submit your best offer as soon as possible and in no event later than the date and time set forth in the preceding sentence. If you neither submit another offer nor withdraw your current offer, we will consider your current offer along with any other offers. However, please understand that we may, in our sole discretion, choose to accept any offer, including yours, prior to the date and time set forth above, or we may choose not to accept any other offers submitted by the date and time set forth above. In other words, formal call for best and final. We will consider your offer. This is not a rejection. Feel free to send a different one if you want to. And then we also reserve the right to accept any offer at any time, regardless of what date and time we put in here. Let me tell you something you have to accept, folks. It's business, and sometimes you're going to get your feelings hurt, but you just got to move on with it. Let me explain what I mean. There will be times where somebody will say, oh yeah, we're going to review all offers on this date and time. And then when you go to submit your offer on that date and time, they let you know, oh, I'm sorry, we're already under contract. And you'll be like, well, wait a second, you said you weren't reviewing. Folks, you have to understand the business of this. When an offer comes in that's stupid good, why would you wait till that date and time? You're not going to let that stupid good offer walk away. So don't ever take it personally. Sometimes it's just business, where you think you have until a certain date and time, but then you don't get it. Same thing too, you may call somebody and you say, hey, I'm putting an offer together. Will you give my people a chance to put it in? Let me know if anything changes. And they say, sure, I will. But then once again, that stupid offer comes in and they got to act on it quick and they completely forget about you. And so when you call and you're like, man, I thought you said you were going to let me get my offer in. Oh, dang, I'm so sorry, man. This offer can't. Don't let it hurt your feelings. It's business. There are sometimes, if you think about it, if you were in that position with your client, you would have done the same thing. When that crazy good offer comes in, you can't turn it down. So just because somebody tells you you've got until this date and time, don't rely on it. Pick up the phone and call them. If it's something really important to your client, call them and have words with them and say, hey, are you anything that would change this date and time? Do you think we actually have this time to put it in? Just make sure you check on it, right?
Real quick question. So, from me, practically speaking, I would only use this if I wanted to counter with and it's not a counter, but with a wish list. Because I can tell them, we're not accepting your offer. And I could, really, I mean, why would I use this form other than my wish list?
Most,
I don't understand.
well, the wish list is the most practical and useful thing. I mean, if you wanted to send out a formal call for best and final, maybe instead of sending out a showing time blast with, the best and final information in the MLS, you may just email a copy of this to every single person who put in an offer. The most useful thing for this, honestly, is the rejection and the wish list.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted, confirmation.
Yeah, it's the most useful, hands down.
Okay.
Also, Julie said that was a very lovely face they made. Is that your oldest? Is that who that was?
Yeah. He's about to go to work right now.
Teenagers.
I know. They suck.
So then the last one is, of course, the very friendly way of saying get bent, right? Thank you for your offer to purchase the above property. We cannot accept the offer as written and hereby reject it. It's just a thanks, but no thanks. You're not worth giving a counter to, but we are rejecting your offer. Now, I'll tell you what, folks, and I don't know if I mentioned this last week, so let's see if you remember if I did. There was a lot of buyers who were requesting this. If you rejected their offer, they wanted this to be sent to them back in the day in the multiple offer situations. Why do you think they wanted this instead of just any old rejection?
They didn't trust that what the agent was telling them was the complete truth, or
Yeah.
they thought it was great, but it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, and so let's take it a step further. This was a way of confirming that the seller actually had been given their offer, because everybody was concerned that in these crazy multiple offer situations, well, did the seller even actually see my offer? So they would request this because it would name the person who it was to. And so it would be evidence that they actually showed him if the seller is signing something saying to such and such who sent this offer. But of course, there is zero obligation for a seller to actually provide you this form. You could request it, but they can once again say, get bent. Understand that most people are not going to utilize this form, kind of as Phil said, as a rejection. It's too much work, especially if you get 10 offers. Folks, why would we handwrite or, have the seller sign 10 different responses like this? We wouldn't. Let me tell you one way that you might consider using this, and then how things actually go. If you wanted to reject a bunch of offers simultaneously, you're not going to use this form. What do most of us do? We send out an email blast through showing time to every person who has showed the property. And it will say something along the lines of, thanks so much for your interest in my seller's property. Please understand that if you are receiving this message, we did not accept your offer and have already gone under contract with somebody else. We wish your seller or your buyers the best in their future endeavors for finding a home. We'll let you know if anything changes. Folks, that's a rejection. If you get that email, you know your offer was not accepted. And so this form is very unnecessary at that point. But let me explain why you might use this form. If you are in a multiple offer situation, and let's say that you get an offer that is a great offer that you would really consider taking, but then you got 10 other offers that were good-ish, you don't want to kill this one because it's pretty daggone perfect. So what you may do is write one of these up to these other 10 people and send them all the exact same wish list. If one of you is willing to do this, now you can never say we have an offer that has this much, or this much, but you could ask for a wish list with different terms. And when you send this to these 10 people, you have rejected their offers, sent them a wish list, and there's a chance they could come back and give it to you. But while you wait, this other one's alive and well, ready to be accepted. And it's not a counter offer, so you never risk getting under contract twice. So that would be a way that you would use this form. You send it out to multiple people who are not winning to see if they're willing to take your bait on a wish list, while you keep the person who is winning in your hand as an alive and well offer that can be accepted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I thought we said the other day, though, you could not shop your deal.
You cannot shop offers. Shopping offers would be, I've got an offer for $360, will you beat it? But you're not shopping offers if you say, we'd take $380, we'd take $15,000. It better not match up to that other offer to a T, and you better not reference another offer. But there's nothing wrong with the seller saying what they would consider favorable.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is that response to buyer's offer form. I'm going to do one more and then we're going to derail the rest of the day and go a different direction. Let's see. Tell you the other one, I'll show you. So look at this one. Here's that seller possession after closing agreement that I was telling you about. Now, there's a big old warning on this. Warning to buyers and sellers. This form may only be used for short-term occupancy. As I said, it's not designed for a long-term lease. This form does not address important issues typically addressed in a residential lease, such as security deposit. Consideration should be given to using the residential rental contract form 410T or other residential lease for long-term. Confirm with an insurance professional the terms of coverage under your property and casualty insurance policy before using this addendum. And then seek legal counsel and consult with lenders should the parties wish to make any change to this agreement after closing. So we name the property, seller, buyer. Here's where we put the term in. Seller may remain in possession of the property until 5 p.m. on whatever date, or for a period of 20 days, 10 days, whatever, after the closing until 5 p.m. on the last day. This period of possession is referred to as the term, and then time is of the essence with regard to the end of the term. Buyer shall not access the property, yada, yada, yada. Seller acknowledgement of property condition and obligation to maintain the property. So here's where we talk about the current condition. Who's obligated to maintain things in working order. Excluded items that we're not worried about. Now, I'll tell you one really confusing part about this. Right here on this form says sellers shall credit at closing a non-refundable lump sum of. There you go. Seller shall credit buyer at closing a non-refundable lump sum of blank for the term rent. Now, what that means is this is supposed to be handled by the attorney at closing and it gets credited at closing. The last time I did one of these, the attorney told me, no, pay it outside of closing. I said, what do you mean? Stupid. It says plain as day that's going to be handled within the closing on the closing disclosure. And they refused to take it out. So we then had to negotiate out. I don't know what the hell was wrong with that attorney that they did. Oops, I'm sorry. What the heck was wrong with that attorney that they did that? There's a kid right there. So make sure that you actually have a discussion with the attorney on are they going to be crediting it and debiting it the way that they're supposed to, or are they not? And here's where I told you about making it uncomfortable. Without a written extension signed by the parties, seller shall vacate the property no later than the end of the term. If the seller does not timely vacate the property, buyer shall be entitled to seek the eviction and a fee of blank per day for each day the seller remains in possession of the property from the end of the term until the seller vacates or is evicted. The seller shall be bound by all of the terms of this agreement until possession is delivered to buyer. So this is where I told you, put a stupid number in there. Don't put an easy number. Got to make it uncomfortable if they decide to be a holdover tenant. There you go. I know it also talks about utilities and trash and maintenance and things of that nature. Pets, subletting. So this is definitely something that you want to review in more detail. I'm not going to go into great detail on this because, you know, there's some risks, there's some things involved. I will say, knock on wood, mine have all worked out for me in the past. But they can be very dangerous. There was a story a couple years ago where a seller, I don't even think they negotiated this. The buyer was just stupid. The buyer bought the property and closed on it, and the seller never moved out. And so then they had a heck of a time trying to evict them. And so basically the seller just stayed as a holdover tenant. And because of the tenant protection laws, they got to continue to living in that house. So they got their money at closing from the buyer for like $400,000 for this house. And they just kept living there as a holdover tenant and got to stay there for like a year before they finally got them out. Yeah. People suck.
That's happening in many different ways. So those laws need to change.
Those laws do need to change because people are trying to take advantage of them and just be terrible people. And that's not why they were written that way. But I mean, same thing, you know, the moratorium on evictions and stuff that went on in the COVID times, the homeowners were getting shafted to protect the tenants, and then there was never any recourse for most of these tenants. The idea is you can't give too much power to the landlords because there's terrible landlords. You can't give too much power to the tenants because there's terrible tenants. And unfortunately, if you give any powers, they always find loopholes and they just keep screwing each other over. And that's where we're at.
Have you seen that show on Netflix about the renter that wouldn't leave anywhere he went? I think it was called like Bad Roommate or something, or Who's My Roommate or something. But that's what it's about. It's this guy who literally went from rental to rental and just wouldn't leave, wouldn't pay. I mean, he lived years like that.
Yeah, a bunch of terrible people. And there's a lot of tenant protection laws that allow that, which is so dumb. I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen it. But I think it would make my blood pressure too high to like watch that because I would just get like angry at that, you know? So I probably shouldn't.
No, you totally should. I think he ends up murdering somebody. Like it ends up being like a crime show. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So just keep that in mind. I mean, these, like I said, if you negotiate it and done right, you know, these can be great. And this is where, you know, sometimes, as I said, there's that match made in heaven where somebody needs more time or lease back. And so it can really work out. But you just got to be careful and understand the pros and cons, the risks versus rewards. I'll give you one more example of this. I had clients where I think they were looking at potentially, and this sounds weird, they were potentially looking at, it might have been the same clients actually. I think it was. They had replaced one of the units in their house, but their upstairs unit was older and it was still working, but they hadn't replaced it. And so they were talking about, you know, negotiating a lease back on the property. And so they said, well, okay, hold on. If we lease back our own house and the AC dies while we're leasing it back, but we're not the owners, is it on us or is it on them? So, I mean, they were like really concerned that their AC was going to like kick the bucket any week now. And so they were like trying to figure out if the liability. And so you've got to make sure that you're very sure about, you know, exactly how we're handling things like that when we're talking about conditions and obligations and maintaining the property. So, there you go. Tell you what we'll do, because I got a few more to talk about. And of course, we've got, you know, a few more items in the slides, but we're still good on time. So I'm going to let y'all just have a break from contracts. Not that you're going to be excited about where we're going, but I'm going to give y'all another opportunity to play around with another closing disclosure. Not because you need to know it on your test. Your test is very straightforward math, which is prorations math. But you do need to know what goes into these, kind of how they flow for the sake of your clients. So I'm going to give y'all another one to work through with a blank one, just kind of to play around in there, and I'll kind of come in the groups and help you out. And this one does not have training wheels, so I'll give you some time to see if you can figure out where these things go, and then we'll talk about it. But that way you can just stop hearing me talk for a little bit, because I know it's been a long day. A lot of information in this class. A lot of information. Let me get you set up here. All right, folks.
What a way to ruin my day.
You're so welcome. But
Oh, yeah.
This one was tough.
so here's the thing. Better to make you a little uncomfortable with this in class where you can ask questions and I can tell you what's going on with it, versus being uncomfortable when your client brings it to you and says, what does this mean? Why is this there? How was this calculated, right? So what I'm going to do, because we do only have 8 minutes left, I'm going to put the answer key to this in chat. I'm going to talk about it for just a few seconds, and I may go over it a little bit in the beginning of class tomorrow. And I promise I'm not going to make you do another closing disclosure tomorrow, but I just like you to have...
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Look how nice I am.
Thank you.
I know, such a nice person. It is good to just get exposed to them in this quiet and contained learning environment versus out there in the field where it can be very stressful and intimidating, and your clients are like, oh my God, what is this? And you're like, oh my God, I don't know either. And then it's just awkward for everybody. So let me share the screen with you here. If you got that far, which it's okay if you didn't, because I know this one was difficult. It had a couple things on there that I was, apprehensive about giving you, but ultimately, when you're looking at this, it's just all about finding the home for everything. And of course, the attorneys normally do it. And so remember, page 1 is always the debits, okay? Those are all the different closing costs. And so the loan costs, you've got your discount points right here, your loan origination fee from the buyer, okay? Those are the buyer debits. These are paid outside of closing. You've got your attorney closing fee, buyer debit, your deed preparation, your title insurance premium, your pest inspection, your survey, your flood certification. As we go down, this one had an interesting set of recording because it has that purchase money mortgage. And so it is the 20, the 25, the 25. And so those would all be added up. Those are all the buyer's expenses because they're recording their new deed, their deed of trust for the bank, their deed of trust for this purchase money mortgage, excise tax for the seller, the mortgage insurance, I'm sorry, I skipped over one. Homeowner's insurance premium, that's the first year, prepaid, $642. Mortgage insurance premium at 1%, that is 1% of the loan amount, and that is prepaying your mortgage insurance for the year. Then we've got your interest, prepaid interest, that's your interim interest that you calculate from the day of closing, April 11th, up to and including the last day of April. And so that should have been a total of, well, the days, however many you calculated. I don't have it on this answer key, but we'll look at it tomorrow when we have time. So it should have been $586.84. That's a buyer debit as interest. Then you've got your escrows, which is where the bank says, give me some of your money to hold and open an account for you. So they wanted 2 months worth of homeowner's insurance. Take your homeowner's insurance divided by 12. Multiplied by 2, 107. Mortgage insurance, they had that renewal of 880 whatever, right there, 882. So it's not based on the 1% anymore. So it's 882 divided by 12. They wanted 2 months, so times 2, right here. And then property taxes. You take your annual property tax bill. They wanted 5 months. Annual divided by 12 times 5 gives you $1,200. The commissions, I told you I was okay with you putting the total amount in here, and that was fine. What is ultimately happening, though, it should have been the total amount less the earnest money that the firm is retaining. And then basically the seller will give the money that they didn't have to pay to the firm to the buyer to reimburse them for their earnest money. So in this one, it's the total commission less $4,000 because we take $4,000 down here from the seller to reimburse the buyer their earnest money that they normally would have gotten back from the firm. So that's how they net it out on one of these things. And if you just put it all on the commission spot, that's fine. Of course, as you plug away mortgage cancellation, that's just recording the deed cancellation for the other one. Total closing costs, $11,711.84, $13,455. Those come in and get plugged in. There's J for the buyer. There's J for the seller. And so then you should have plugged in sales price of the property plus the closing cost, total debits from the buyer, $291,711. If you look at their credits, they've got their earnest money they got back, their loan amount from the bank of $252, the loan amount from the seller of $7,500, and of course the credit from the tax prorations of $796.89 for total credits of $264, $296. Difference between the two, cash to close, $27,414. What you got, Sam?
Yeah, it's just for the earnest money. I could have sworn last time we put it under seller credit.
No. Earnest money is always a buyer credit.
No, then what if we put in seller credit
Oh,
last week?
seller paid closing cost.
Okay.
Yeah. So you
I
see,
thought it was earnest money.
no, right there, you see that seller credit. That is if you negotiate the seller to pay some of the buyer's closing costs. It's called a seller credit at closing. But so it would be under the buyer credit, seller debit section, but it's just called a universal seller credit.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. If there was due diligence, it'd be a seller debit, buyer credit. There wasn't on this one. So for the seller, the sales price was the only credit, $280,000. We had their closing costs. We had their first payoff of $173,425. We had their purchase money mortgage for the borrower, the money they gave the borrower. They earnest money, they had to credit them back because of the money they're not going to have to cut to the firm for that commission. And then their portion of the tax bill that we took from them and gave to the buyer. So total debits, $199,176. Difference between the two, $80,823.11. Now, like I said, this was just designed to get you a little more comfortable for how these are calculated, how they go. No, in the real world, you will not be completing one of these, but I'm telling you, they make mistakes a lot. So it's good to know what you're looking at, how the calculations happen, and everything in between. So that being said, tomorrow, last day of class, I've got a couple more documents to talk to you about, and then we will move into the other parts. We'll talk about handling offers and, counter offers and inspections, moving a contract to close, have some discussions on RESPA and TRID and things of that nature. And then we'll wrap up the day with a big old chunk of review and, of course, the test. Nobody panic. You will be more than prepared. 40 questions. If you need anything, let me know. I'm happy to help in any way, shape, or form. But otherwise, you folks have a great afternoon. Thank y'all for being awesome yet again. I will see you tomorrow morning. Whoop, whoop. Ta-ta.